And here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to more. Here it is. We, pardon me. Here it is. We go again. Here I am. I hope you're there. Now, the session starts your company required. That thing that happens, at least it happens at least once a day. Some instances twice a day, but today once a day. So nevertheless, today's righteousness being fulfilled, one man went to mow the
another Savior.
One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobi'S. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the melody. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the memory is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the memory is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana mnoa. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Mandekano, it's another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Mandekano, it's another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 it's another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 it's another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster. Yeah, for freedom. It's another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekana. It's another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobi'S. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the melody is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the melody is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the melody is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana mnoa. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is, the Holy Holy Song. So the Holy Holy Song holy, as guys, I bring you this. Miyetti Allah rejects Labour Party presidential candidate Obi. So there it is, right there. They push back. So Miyetti Allah, you can dismiss them, but they are certainly a quantity within the Nigerian electoral space. And you may well say, how many does the Fulanis constitute even within the Nigerian space? But they are probably the most organized voting bloc that there is within the Nigerian space. Miyetti Allah rejects Labour Party presidential candidate Obi. So we contend with that one. And still within the Miyetti Allah space, reprisal attack. Herders demand compensation from Ondo government. Ask Malami to reclaim grazing reserves and routes. So a lot of you, of course, you are aware that the attribution for the incident that happened in that church in Owo, at the first instance, a lot of people immediately leapt to the Fulani space, but the arrest being made now from the Ibira people. So the Fulanis now come up to say, you pointed at us and we paid consequences. So they are now asking for compensation, especially from the Ondo space. In addition to that, they want to seize your land, of course. That's always been their lifelong ambition. Herders demand compensation from Ondo government. Ask Malami to reclaim grazing reserves and routes. So there it is right there. From that to this, Ekweremadu intervene, bring case to Nigeria. OHANAEZE urges federal government. So Malami, of course, told us that they've abandoned Ekweremadu to his faith, but the Southeast space, they are not one to abandon their own. On their knees to the Aboki from Daura, intervene, bring case to Nigeria. OHANAEZE urges Buhari government. So this one, somewhat, this is a space, this might not mean a lot to a lot of people hearing this, but it will mean something to some people. This is a space that I have especially been monitoring and I have a particular interest in. Lagos becomes co-owner of Odua Investment Company. So Odua Investment Company is a portal that was created as some sort of like a commercial enterprise vehicle, as an investment vehicle for the development of the Southwest space. So a lot of queries about Lagos participation in that. So I think this now headline looks to address that. Lagos becomes co-owner of Odua Investment Company. So in the readout of that, we go into a bit more detail as to why this is important. Northern groups demand sack of NSA, holds protest on Wednesday. So there it is right there. Quite why this guy stayed in the job, nobody knows. Of course, we all know. Apparently, he's been buying mansions and estates in America since he became the national security advisor. But then, of course, the country has been hemorrhaging security-wise. So people have been asking for good news. So I hope this one now translates into good news. Nigeria's first fully automated deep sea port set to complete. So that might well constitute good news, depending, of course, on what the body of the piece gives us. Arrest of Ondo Church assailants, exonerate herdsmen, Fulani group. So this one somewhat tallies with the more aggressive headline that I read you earlier. So we pick one and abandon the other. So that's the menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button and then click on the subscribe button as well. And click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join me on the screen. As you said about that, let me provide you with a little bit of a musical backdrop as we play the Kega.
Only water, where is Sima? Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke sọ́nà mẹ́yẹ o ó dìde o pétrọ̀ sódùn kẹ́yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìde o ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. ikú kò ní ríwà gbèsè o.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So Iku Koniru Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. So Iku Koniru Agbeche, as guys, I bring you this. Miyetti Allah rejects Labour Party presidential candidate. Obi, the Miyetti Allah group has charged Fulanis in Nigeria not to vote for the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, in the 2023 general elections. The group, in a statement released on Sunday, described the former governor of Anambra State as a tribal bigot. According to Miyetti Allah, Obi has the interest of Biafrans, which would not favor Fulanis in the country if he emerged as president in 2023. The National Secretary General of the Fulani Socio-Cultural Group, Saleh Al-Hassan, lay the foundation against Obi in an interview with correspondents. Miyetti Allah further stated that Obi should not be considered for the presidency in the forthcoming elections. The group said, as far as we are concerned, we know those we cannot vote for. You see that they call Obi or obedient. Any Fulani man who votes for him must be questioned because he may not be a true son of the soil. Obi represents the Biafran interest, so we know those we cannot vote for and those that cannot be president of Nigeria. He's a tribal bigot. Al-Hassan also claimed that Obi, as the governor of Anambra State, destroyed the businesses of northerners and chased plenty of Hausa Fulani people from entering Anambra State. The spokesperson for Peter Obi Support Network, Jones Onwusonya, whilst reacting to the stand of Miyetti Allah, said Obi was a nationalist whose interest was only with Nigerians. Jones further stated that Obi believes in one Nigeria and is committed to making Nigeria a successful nation. So there it is right there. The vested interest of the Fulanis, they feel that it would not be best served by Peter Obi. I would not reach to say that Obi is a tribal bigot. There is nothing in the man's history to suggest that he has been or is a tribal bigot. Accusing him of many things, but I have not seen any indication that is a tribal bigot. But tribal bigot or not, what the Miyetti Allah might well feel is that their own interest would not be best served if Peter Obi was president, because Peter Obi will be the last person to pander to their excesses. Of all of the candidates, Peter Obi will be the last person to pander to their excesses. So pandering to their excesses, reprisal attacks, herders demand compensation from Ondo government, ask Malami to reclaim grazing reserves and routes. Ekulen Allah Cattle Rearers Association of Nigeria, Karan, has asked the Ondo state government to compensate families of herdsmen innocently killed in reprisal attacks following the attack on St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo. Gunmen had on June the 5th stormed the Catholic Church, killing over 40 worshippers and injuring scores. Karan, in a statement issued on Sunday by its national president, Khalil Bello, said a reprisal attack which followed the incident emanated from the allegation by the state governor Rotimi Akeredolu that the attack on the church was masterminded by Fulani herders. The association, whilst commending security agencies for unraveling those behind the attack and arresting the suspects, asked the state government to pay compensation to the families whose relatives were innocently killed or lost properties after the governor's allegation, Bello said. We, the members of Kulen Allah Cattle Bearers Association of Nigeria, are sorrowfully joining the families and relatives of the victims of our church attack and that of the herders who were innocently killed during the mourning of their beloved ones, but wish to immensely thank and highly commend the Nigerian security agencies for their successful arrest of the perpetrators of our church brutal, senseless killings of innocent Nigerians in their place of worship. Truly, the Nigeria security agencies did a wonderful, historic job that deserved commendation, not only by Nigerians alone, but by the entire civilized world. Surely their excellent performance led to the exposure and continuous arrest of the said criminals, thus bringing to an end the wrongful accusation of law-abiding Nigerians who have no hand in the said barbaric act. Here we refer to the exculpation of our law-abiding herders who are residing in Ondo State, but were pointed accusing fingers that they were amongst the suspected masterminds of the barbaric act, as wrongfully painted by Ondo State Governor, His Excellency Rotimi Akeredolu. The wrong accusation subjected many herders to be victims of reprisal attacks by touts. It is in view of this negative development, we want to make it abundantly clear to, it is in view of this negative development, we want to make it abundantly clear to all that we are not denying the fact that there may be some law offenders who are bad eggs among human beings, but that doesn't warrant leveling all as criminals. Here we want to say that majority of the herders are law-abiding Nigerians who are operating their pastoral occupation in peaceful and very useful manner as they continue to pay revenues and other taxes to the government. At this juncture, we members of Quran, whose core interest is the maintenance of peace in the entire country, wonder why some initial stage at this juncture, we members of Quran, whose core interest is the maintenance of peace in the entire country, whether why from the initial stage, a whole governor of a state, which is amongst the old respected states in the country, whose people are very kind and generous, and he, as a father to all Ondo people, regardless of their religion, tribe, occupation, or the area they come from, will hurriedly use a highly pitiable, scanty, baseless information to jump into conclusions, making a hasty decision of leveling heavy accusation against a particular tribe or occupation that resulted in the killing of people and destruction of their properties, but he who is supposed to protect. That should be both, but he who is supposed to protect. Meanwhile, with reference to the above, we are appealing to all Nigerians to stop making hasty decisions / comments or taking law into their hands when something bad happens in their area, but rather allow security agencies to do their job professionally. We also appeal to Ondo State Governor Rotimi Akeredolu to kindly pay compensations to the victim of our church reprisal attacks, whose relatives were innocently killed or lost their properties that are the source of their livelihood. We also want to call on our security agencies and Amotekun, who were said to have made some arrests in connection to the attack and are still detaining many herders to, as a matter of fact, release them since the perpetrators of the said shameful criminal act have been exposed. We once more appreciate the continuous arrest of many more criminals in connection to the Owo Church attack by our able military men. We again want to express our deepest condolences to the families and relatives of the entire victims of the said incident and those who were killed innocently due to the reprisal attack. The association also appealed to the association also appealed to the Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami to execute the presidential executive order given to him over a year ago now to reclaim all the encroached grazing reserves and blocked cattle routes in the northern states, insisting that when executed, this shall end the movement of herders to the south and resolve the issue of insecurity related to herder farmers. So there it is right there. So I am not aware, but I'm certain that there would have been reprisal attacks against the Fulanis. Of course, that's their anticipation. And knowing the Nigerian landscape, that's, pardon me, that's the anticipation. And knowing the Nigerian landscape, that's almost certain what would have happened. So I think they are well within rights to highlight this, that people were too quick to leap to the assumption that they were responsible for what happened. But the grazing routes, well, if they are wanting grazing routes and it's in the north, I have no issues with that. But we don't have spare land in the south, especially in the southwest. I can say that for certain. There are no grazing routes because we don't have a grazing tradition. So why would you have grazing routes or routes within Yoruba or Igbo land? So there it is right there. Miyetti Allah speaks. Ekweremadu intervene, bring case to Nigeria, OHANAEZE urges the government. The Apex Igbo Socio-Cultural Organization, OHANAEZE Igbo, has called on President Muhammad Buhari-led administration to intervene in the case of former Deputy Senate President Ekweremadu, who is facing trial over an allegation that he wanted to harvest an organ of one David Nwamini in the United Kingdom. OHANAEZE said this in a press release on Sunday to react to the statement by the Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, that the federal government would not intervene in the matter. The statement is titled, Ekweremadu, OHANAEZE disagrees with Malami, calls for federal government's intervention, signed by the National Publicity Secretary, Dr. Alex Ogbonnia. The group, signed by the National Publicity Secretary, Dr. Ogbonnia. The group disagreed with Malami, adding that the government has engaged in matters concerning Nigerians abroad, like that of Ekweremadu. So just to pause there for a moment, there was a time I recall that some northern girl was arrested in Saudi Arabia for drug trafficking, and Buhari moved heaven and earth to effect the release of that girl. OHANAEZE stated further that any humiliation meted out to the Nigerian lawmaker is an injury to Nigeria as a whole, as it called on the government to deploy its diplomatic exploits to intervene and bring the case to the country. The statement reads, the OHANAEZE Igbo Worldwide has disagreed with the statement credited to the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami that the federal government of Nigeria will not interfere with any local or international legal battle involving the former the former Deputy Senate President, Senator Ekweremadu, who is currently facing trial for alleged organ harvest in the United Kingdom. Malami disclosed this to journalists on Thursday at the 46th session of the State House briefing organized by the Presidential Communications Team at the Presidential Villa Abuja. The AGF further claimed that it has never been the tradition of the Nigerian government to interfere in anything judicial, local, or international. OHANAEZE informs that cultural relativism is a vital factor in international relations. It connotes that the norms and values of one culture should not be evaluated using the norms and values of another. In fact, it is the mosaic of cultures and the liberty of groups or nations to exercise their cultural rights that form the basics of international relations. To this end, sovereigns usually interfere to save their citizens in foreign countries. In the case involving Ekweremadu, it should be recalled that the former Deputy President of the Senate had written to the United Kingdom High Commission to support a visa application of a donor listed as David Nwamini. In the letter, Ekweremadu made a full disclosure that Mr. Nwamini was undergoing medical investigations for a kidney donation to his daughter. The full name of the UK hospital was also stated, and nothing shady. The Ekweremadu letter to the British Embassy was unequivocal. He indicated the purpose of his travel and also requested the embassy to grant a visa to Mr. Opo for a stated purpose. We view Ekweremadu's full disclosure as proof of non-criminal intent. We are persuaded to join. We are persuaded to join Sadiq Oboneye and several others to ask if it was not unconscionable or even conspiracy on the part of the British government to issue a visa to David following a full disclosure by the senator that David was traveling to the United Kingdom for organ donation, but only to do a 360 degree, and charge the senator and his wife for facilitating illegality. In other words, would it not have been fair and just to refuse a visa to David in the first place, citing the United Kingdom modern slavery legislation, especially as the UK is never known to be so generous with visas to Nigerians? Attention is drawn to I hope this doesn't go on for too long. Anyway, it goes on for too long, so I'll abandon it there. But the up thrust of it is that they are pleading for Ekweremadu to have his case transferred to Nigeria. Lagos becomes co-owner of Odua Investment Company. The Lagos State government has officially become a co-owner of the Western Nigeria Investment Group, the Odua Holding. The group chairman of the company, Otumba Bimbo Ashiru, said this when he presented to the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu the Lagos State government's Odua investment share certificate. The presentation took place during a courtesy visit to the governor by the company's board and management at Lagos House, Ikeja, Lagos. The Odua Group, which was set up by the government of late Chief Obafemi Awolowo in the days of the Western region, is owned by Ogun, Oyo, Osun, Ondo, and Ekiti state governments. Ashiru, during the presentation, said the company decided to hand over the share certificate to Governor Sanwo-Olu to silence doubting Thomases who don't believe that Lagos State is part of the Odua Group. He said that Lagos State is a bona fide member of the Odua Investment Company Limited, adding that the board members and management have been enjoying the support of the Lagos State government. The chairman said the focus of the board and management team is to engineer a turnaround for the group, even as he added that with the caliber of people managing the affairs of the company right now, Odua is poised to become a world-class company. He, however, requested more support from the Lagos State government, noting that Odua is ready to partner and work with the state government for more business opportunities in hospitality, real estate, tourism, and agriculture, especially the Omota rice mill. Governor Sanwo-Olu, in his response, said the Lagos State government is willing to partner with Odua Investment Company to deepen the relationship amongst the Southwest states in agriculture, hospitality, oil and gas, tourism, and other business opportunities. We thank you very much for putting paid to doubting Thomases who are not sure whether Lagos State has been brought in as part of Odua investment. Lagos State before now has been accepted as equal partner, equal shareholder by governors of the 5 other states, and we are all equal stakeholders in the group. I thank you very much for presenting our share certificate to us. We have enjoyed dividends a couple of times already, and it goes to show that our investment is yielding the right results. Lagos State is happy that we have made the investment and we are part of a great and bigger agenda called the Odua investment. We are willing to partner with Odua Investment Company on our Immortal rice mill. The rice mill will be commissioned in October or November, depending on the timing of our guest. It is something that we all need to celebrate. That will be the biggest single rice mill in the country, and it is a pride for us all. And coming out of the mill itself, there are many other businesses that also can springboard. Rice plantations, rice paddy, and all of it can be one of the areas in which we can look out for great business opportunities in Odua Investment Company. There are also other areas we can collaborate, like real estate opportunities, blue economy, hospitality destination, and tourism. Sanwo-Olu said. The governor commended the board and management for their commitment and urged them to have a long view and make it a company that will outlive them. We are happy you are building a company that will outlive all of us. If our fathers can take it up 45 years ago to what it is now, we also must have a long-term view to ensure that we can position that company for 30, 40 years from today. We will give you all the necessary support, cooperation, and encouragement. So there it is. I believe because we've touched on this company before on this platform. So this is an Odua sort of initiative that was birthed, of course, by who else? Obafemi Awolowo. And the idea is to synergize financially, intellectually, and in all ways for the development of Odua. But I've always thought that this Odua investment company should really be an infrastructure-led sort of initiative, so that they get in all the expertise to build roads and infrastructures within the Southwest, rather than doing rice paddies and rice mills. But so that company then something that it should be developed and evolved into something more useful than just a board where people sit and throw agbada and marvel on their own, wrapped up in their own sense of self-importance. Northern Group demands sack of National Security Advisor, holds protest on Wednesday. The Arewa Youth Assembly, AYA, will embark on a peaceful protest on Wednesday in Abuja to demand the resignation of the National Security Advisor, Babagana Mongono, over the lingering insecurity in the country. In a statement in Kaduna on Sunday, the group maintained that for the past 7 years that Mongono was appointed to the sensitive position of NSA, the security situation in the country has been abysmal as terrorists and other criminal elements unleash mayhem on Nigerians. The statement signed by the spokesman of AYA, Ali Mohammed, said there are enough reasons for Mongono to have resigned his appointment, but he has refused to step down despite the mass killings across the country. The group lamented that Nigerians are no longer safe anywhere, on the roads, farms, working place, markets, or even in their homes, as terrorists move about freely, kidnapping, killing, and collecting millions of naira as ransom. As Nigerians are being killed mercilessly on daily basis, the NSA is comfortably occupying its office, enjoying uncompromised security, knowing these criminals cannot get to him, the statement said. According to the group, Nigerians who are being killed by the terrorists were the people who supported President Muhammad Buhari to ensure his election and re-election in the hope that there would be an improvement in security and life will be better. The group recalled that Buhari's promise to address the security challenges and tackle corruption were amongst the reasons Nigerians voted for him. It lamented. To the greatest surprise and dismay of people, the security situation in the country is even worse under the Buhari administration. The group attributed the worsening insecurity to the failure of the National Security Advisor to live up to the responsibilities of his office. The AYA also said it was disappointed at how terrorists outsmart the government in efforts to secure the abducted Abuja Kaduna train passengers, some of whom are still in captivity. Malam Garba Shehu confirmed that terrorist Malam Garba Shehu confirmed that terrorist demands were met, but the federal government's demand was not met by these terrorists, which is freeing the kidnapped passengers of the Abuja Kaduna train. That is an embarrassment. Mr. President, you cannot continue to retain the NSA as the deterrent. As Mr. President, you cannot continue to retain the NSA at the detriment of the lives of people. You cannot allow the security architecture to keep deteriorating. The NSA must go. He has nothing to offer. His ideas are obsolete and not contributing anything positive to the bad security situation in the country. We from the north are tired of these senseless killings, picking us one after another. We are suffering more than any region of the country. The insecurity is contributing to poverty and shortage of food. We therefore want the NSA gone for good. We therefore want the NSA gone for good. We want a positive change. We want an individual who is capable, active, brave, intelligent, and equal to the task. We want an individual who can help address the security challenges. It is on this note that we hereby call out for a mass peaceful protest to hold on Wednesday, the 17th of August 2022 at exactly 8 a.m. The protest is to hold at the gates of the presidential villa, FCT Abuja, as clearly stated in our notification sent to the relevant security authorities. This is to show our sadness and rejection of the situation of national security and demand for the resignation of the National Security Advisor, General Babagana Mongono retired, the group said. Mohammed added that similar peaceful protests will be held in the 19 northern states at a later date. So Babagana Mongono, of course, a lot of you will recall, is the one that told you to go and defend yourself because the government cannot defend you. And of course, if this protest was happening in the south, they will say it's an ethnic thing, and they will send the soldiers to go and kill everybody. So now the northerners now, because we keep talking about insecurity, we're living in paradise compared to what they are suffering in the north. When was the last time you picked up a newspaper and you did not read that 50, 60, 70 killed in Sokoto, Katsina? It's just a slaughter fest. The thing that happened in our war that we're all outraged about, that happens 10 times a day with greater numbers in the north. It's just killing after killing after killing. So they now have had enough, like the rest of us. They are protesting, but will they get the same sort of results that the southerners would get, which is for Buhari to just say, go and shoot them, as he did in Lekki Toll Gate. So on to this, Nigeria's first fully automated deep sea port set for completion. So this one's somewhat good news, I hope, because you keep saying we don't bring good news. So let's see if this constitutes good news. Following the successful delivery of the first set of superposed Panamax state-of-the-art ship to shore. Let's take it again. Following the successful delivery of the first set of superposed Panamax state-of-the-art ship to shore STS cranes and 10 rubber-tired gantries on July the 1st, 2022, and the delivery of the second batch shipment critical to the commencement of operations comprising of 2 STS cranes with 115 packages of accessories and 5 RTGs with 207 packages of accessories on August the 5th. The Lekki Deep Sea Port is set to be completed on schedule ahead of commencement of operation before the end of the year 2022. Speaking during his first official visit to the Lekki Deep Sea Port During the weekend, the Minister of Transportation, Mr. Muazu Jaji Sambo, expressed delight at the pace and quality of work at the port. Sambo lauded the management of the Nigerian Port Authority for the tremendous support provided to Lekki Port in meeting the project timelines. He tasked Nigerian Railway Corporation (NPA) and Lekki Port to take urgent steps towards ensuring the deep sea port is linked by rail. In his remark, Managing Director of the Nigerian Ports Authority, Mohammed Bello Koko, said, the very fact the letter of intent between Lekki Deep Sea Port and its financial partners were signed in April 2019, and by 2022, we are close to operationalization. This project symbolizes the possibilities that tenacity of purpose can actualize. He added that NPA remains unwavering in providing every support and facilitation necessary to ensure that the timelines for the takeoff are met. The Managing Director, Lekki Deep Sea Port, Mr. Du Rungag, or Rugang, it sounds Dutch or German anyway, had, whilst making a presentation to the minister and his entourage, disclosed that the construction works of Phase 1 is nearing completion and currently at about 96% completion. He said the Lekki Port team, together with the Lekki Free Port Terminal, are working hard to ensure that construction is completed in September 2022, and thereafter port operations will start before the end of the year 2022. Highlighting the game-changing features, Rugang stated that the port upon completion will have 3 container berths, 3 liquid berths, and a storage yard with over 15,000 ground slot terminals designed to support a throughput of 1.7 million TEU annually, a dry bulk terminal with available key length, so that's QUAY, so key as in key side, with available key length of about 300 meters, amongst other distinctive attributes. It will be recalled that the Nigerian Ports Authority had in the first week of August secured through the Federal Ministry of Transportation an expedited presidential approval for the Gazette of Lekki Deep Sea Port as a custom port and an approved wharf in line with the requirements of law. This development is another important step forward for the start of operation at the port. The Lekki Deep Sea Port places Nigeria on the global list of nations with deep sea ports and positions the country to maximize the comparative advantages that its maritime endowments and littoral assets confer. So there it is, technical and detailed, but the upshot of it is that the deep sea port is to commence operation before the end of the year. So that constitutes somewhat of good news, some might say.
Video call.
See you.
I've been away for 3 weeks. No constant call.
Sorry.
I'm back now. Now. Joy, let me call you. I'm back to the program.
You're back to the program. Let's have Joy instead of you now. I think she might well be more sensible than you. Look at this guy. You're back to the program. Baba Kure, we see you. Ajan Lekoko, we see you. And Tony, we see you. So let me actually have Tony up first, because something was highlighted to me earlier. So Tony, are you there? Tony, are you there?
Yes, I'm there, sir. Good evening.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Good to see you, Tony. So Tony, somebody highlighted something to me earlier today.
Yeah.
You've been going around alleging that in the session we did on the Tesla space, that we were suggesting that they should grant the Tesla a 10-year license to be exporting raw materials from Nigeria.
South Africa, please reduce the volume of your.
Yeah, hello, sir. Mama, good evening.
Yes.
So you know that Tiobala was trying to make some. Oh my, hold on. Let me mute my phone here. Oh my God. Okay, I put it out. Okay, so Tiobala was making reference to that that issue we discussed. Then I said that I was trying to to interject. It was difficult for me to come in. As usual, you always think that I would, that I'm a divert,
No, because this was highlighted to me, and I went to listen to it. You were saying you were saying that we were suggesting that they should grant the Tesla a 10-year license to export raw material. The total opposite of what we were saying, and you were saying you were arguing to the contrary. A total lie.
No, you remember that I still have the video, the presentation there. So
I have it on my screen as well, because I went to double check what you said and what we were saying.
Okay, then I said that that a very notable platform that I used to feature on that I was even having a very big problem trying to to confront those guys that appeared earlier on, that even I almost have problem with you, that but later on that because you remember that how it went was that okay, that this position that we are going to lose that money, whatever. Then I was listening. Then later, when I see that the second person was also coming to share that idea, then I said no. Then
that's a total lie.
No, but I started to come in.
All right, that's a total lie, because Thomas was the first person to comment on that space. And and the conversation with him was that the minister was right to tell Tesla to get lost or build factories, and that was the contribution of everybody. But you were saying I was bullying them to say that the country should concede a 10-year license to
No. I said that some of the earlier participants were suggesting that that we should have allowed them to start.
Nobody suggested that.
Oh man, but when I came in,
all right, just be mindful that you don't start to spread lies. That's just it. Because people hear these things and they bring it to my attention, and I want to listen to what you said. I went again to listen to our conversation, the total opposite of everything you said. But please don't go and be defaming the platform. We leave that there. But we go on instead to the conversation that we do have for today. So I'll bring you up. X0. So let's come to X0 first. So X0 to you. Are you ready to go, X0?
Yeah, I'm here with you, man. I'm here with you.
All right, brilliant. So Miyetti Allah rejects Labour Party presidential candidate Obi for reasons of him being a tribalist. What says you?
It's very obvious. What do you expect? What do you expect from a group that once owned up to being the masterminds of killings? You see, I'm sorry to use that word. I don't want YouTube to sanction you. You see, before Buhari came to power, I'm sure you have never heard of that word Miyetti Allah before.
Well, I have.
When was the first time you heard of that word?
I actually heard about it under Goodluck Jonathan, because they made Goodluck Jonathan their patron. What they do is every president that sits, they make him their patron. So
yeah, but they were not regarded as a pivotal force. They were not regarded as a part of any government. In fact, I've never heard in my life that Miyetti Allah or any other group was a part of a government. It was from this administration that we began to hear such things, that Miyetti Allah is now a part of this government. What does that mean? I mean, I don't understand. I don't know how many people Miyetti Allah are that they will have such power, such voice. Or maybe it is we who use our mind, play on our minds and give these people such power, because sometimes conspiracies lie fallow. We just go and dig them up and start giving them, some unnecessary steam. Who is Miyetti Allah? How many are they? How many votes do they have? when the Nigerian youths are clamoring, and in this population, we've been told that Nigerian youths are 70%. If the Nigerian youths are clamoring, who is Miyetti Allah then? A group of old guys?
They are not a group of, no, they are not old guys. They are young people. They are cattle herders now.
But they cannot be said to be youths.
No, they are youths. I mean, who rears cattle all over the country other than youths? They are youths. Have you not seen herders?
They are youths from where? From Fulani?
For Fulani stock mainly, yes.
Okay, good. If one man, I hope you yourself know that the whole of the Fulani people in the whole of Africa are not up to 20 million. They're not up to 15 million.
I don't know that. I don't have that
you Google
data.
it. You Google it, and then if you now further divide it into the ones who are Nigerians, they're not up to 5 million. So why are we? You see, that is where I get my own analysis from. If you bring up all the Fulanis in the world today, they're not up to 15 to 20 million to compare to the Nigerian youth. And then if you divide it and dissect it and bring out those who are Nigerians, who are actual Nigerian Fulanis, they're not up to 5 million. So there you go. And if within that 5 million, you have women and children, and then you will now pin out to those who are eligible voters. You will now find that they're not up to a million or maybe 500,000. So that's how I peg it. You know, I've just done my analysis to you. So these people who are Miyetti Allah out of these 500,000 are saying that they are not going to vote Obi.
No, forget this 500,000. If we check the demography, I'm sure the Fulani, the whole of states like Katsina is predominantly a Fulani, a density all the way through the northern space, but they have a voting block of at least 3 to 5 million. They do.
3 to 5 million?
So, yes, 3 to 5 million.
How many are there in Nigeria then?
I don't know their population, but I'm not going by your. I'm not going by your. I'm not going by your guesstimate.
No, I'm not guessing. I'm telling you that the Fulani race in the whole of Africa, we have the Senegalese, we have the Guinea, we have the Malian, they are not up to 15 to 20 million. And if you now further dissect them to the Nigerian Fulani, they're not up to 5 million. And within 5 million, you have women and children and aged, and you know. So if you come out with the population that can vote, you will not get up to 500,000. This all these things they're telling us is just hogwash. That's just the truth. I will implore you to do that research, but by the next time you come and tell me I said the truth. I said the truth. So you see, the only thing I just find here is that this administration has given that Fulani so much power. And that is it. Because before now, we didn't hear of a Miyetti Allah being a part of any government. They were just tending to their cattle in their cattle grazing routes. You know, and we also used to know them as people who carry cattle and carry a stick. Today, we find them carrying Kalashnikovs. So you see, my guess is that these guys only want relevance. At the end of the day, don't forget that I follow Peter Obi a bit. And from my this last interview, I got that his negotiations are ongoing. That means we might not even have a Peter Obi for presidency per se, but we might have a Peter Obi that succeeds in engaging the next generation leadership that will now give Nigerians a similar kind of something that is close to what they desire, at least from his last interview. And I said it here before. So somebody is just scared of the revolution that is coming. The youths who died at the Lekki toll gate, they are not from outside Nigeria. They are Nigerian youths. They are everywhere, and they are angry that their time is going, and they don't want things to bypass them. You know, so these guys they're just desperate because their time is up. After Buhari, they know they are going to go back to their farm. If they mess up after Buhari, they will be seriously dealt with. They cannot come out again and say they are responsible for so. They will be dealt with, and they know that. How else would you want to, after Buhari, you want to still impose another person from your side?
All right. The Fulani population in Nigeria is estimated to be between 13 to 15 million. What do you mean? What do you mean? Haha. That's data. I'm quoting data.
What data?
Don't worry about what data is factual data as opposed to your guesstimation. So there is that. But the greater thing that I'm wanting to highlight is that in terms of elections, they are more organized because if they are estimated at 13 to because they constitute about 6 to 8% of the Nigerian population. And if they have data 13 to 15 million population, as the data show, then and Nigeria, is a predominantly young country, then you have to say that voting mass of 3 to 5 million, that you can see that within that demography. But more to it, they are organized voters. So you are talking about the youth space. The youth space it ebbs and flows with flights of fancy, but that Fulani space, they are organized voters, and they vote to instruction. So they carry quite a potent force amongst the Nigerian electorates.
Okay, if you say so, let us.
No, is the data now? Is the data?
Yeah, but this data, the data you're looking at is the one from Wikipedia, and I think that one is subject to manipulation. This one's coming because if you say the Fulani is 13 million, if you now calculate the Igbos, the Yorubas, and the Hausas who are majority, the Hausas are like more than 10 times the majority of the population of Fulani. Then we can say Nigeria is 300 million population.
No, how would they arrive at that? What are you talking?
Yeah, because if
you are throwing abstracts now. What you're saying is not vested in anything.
13 million is more than 8% now.
They're estimated to be about 6% of the Nigerian mass.
Okay, well, if that's that, it still doesn't give anybody grounds for such statements, because if that means they're minority. They're a major minority.
No, they're actually a minor minority in terms of the Nigerian population. But really, an organized space is more what I'm talking about. So they are eligible voters and likely to vote to a higher percentage than most other demographies, because they are organized and structured, and they are very political people, as opposed to others who only come to politics when it's starting to pinch at them.
Well, I can't. A lot of things have happened recently that has increased the interest of the Nigerian youth. Before 2020, you will never believe that Nigerian youth will come out to face such a Herculean task of standing in the road and in front of the bullets. You never have imagined that. Everybody wants their children at home or in school, but they stood in front of bullets, took bullets. Things have changed. Nigerians are in desperate need for a change. They feel like this government and the past government.
Zero, I think you are wrong to say several things has changed that are working Nigerian youth. You should say Southern youth.
Yeah, but
Southern youth. The Northern youth, they vote, they come out en masse to vote. It's you Southern youth that just come on the internet and be talking and will never do the right thing. Well, on the election day, you don't want to go out to vote.
Thank you. That's exactly the point I was trying to get at.
Just only talk and talk. Go and vote for the right candidate. They don't even know the right candidate. They just go and vote for, or they will not even come out and vote. So just mention Southern youth. Don't say Nigerian youth.
If you say Southern youth, you will not be fair to people of Southern Kaduna. You will not be fair to people of.
What are you talking? What is Southern Kaduna and Northerner?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. If you say only Southern youths are aggrieved, what about people of Southern Kaduna? Are they not? What about people of?
You don't understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You don't get what I'm saying. You are saying something has happened now that have awakened Nigerian youth. I said your use of Nigerian youth is wrong. You should use You should use Southern youth. Northern youth, they vote. They come out to vote.
They've always been awake. They've always been awake.
They already been, yes.
Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right. The Southern youths have woken up. You're right. You see, yeah. But what I mean by what I was calling the Northern youths was that now they know that voting for their tribesmen might not even save them. They want to vote something that is safer. The APC will not save them, and they know that. You know, they cannot vote anything that comes along that ethnic. Yeah, some majority still vote along ethnic lines, but now they know that if they vote the wrong choice, it will lead to more bloodshed.
Exiro, let me tell you what I think. I think the North largely will still vote along ethnic lines because it's baked into their DNA. But I think they would demand more and have more guarantees, and you know, they will push more to demand better, but they will still vote along ethnic lines. I cannot see the North not voting along ethnic lines.
That means you're looking at an article presidency.
Well, you know, not necessarily.
No, if by your statements that the North come out en masse to vote, and they vote along ethnic lines, that means
maybe ethnic lines is a bit of more to it, that they vote to instructions. They vote religion and ethnicity, and they vote to instructions.
Okay, so it still leaves the battleground at a level playing as a level playing field. The order of the day will be determined by which deals, which negotiations follow through.
You know that Peter Obi will have to skip two very big hurdles to get the northern vote, and they are almost insurmountable hurdles. One, the ethnic hurdle, and two, of course, the religion hurdle. You know, so he'll have to leave those two spaces in order to. And when he leaves those two spaces, he will also have to leave the Biafran narrative, which subsists very much still in the North. So 3 hurdles. And then having leaped those 3 hurdles, he still has to present an impressive narrative to convince. I don't think the North will get anything to do with that.
I agree with you. Yeah. But you know what I said before, I think if you ruminate a bit on what I said before, you kind of agree with me. Peter Obi said that his goal is not to become president. He said it in an interview. I listened to him. You know, this guy, Rufai Hussaini, has started his own network. So Peter Obi said on that, his first interview there, that was some hours ago, like maybe 1 day ago, said that it should not be gotten wrong, that his ultimate aim, he doesn't want to be, he's not here to be just be president. He's here to change the paradigm. That means, from what I understood of him, it meant that he's here to be the negotiating tool for a change of government from the old style of governance to a new, more youth-friendly style of government, where the people will work.
Is that not just political rhetoric? I'm not here for you, for myself. I'm here for you, sort of.
No, but you yourself said it just now, that he cannot cross a particular hurdle, and to cross that hurdle only means one thing: negotiation. And in going through that negotiation, it only means one thing: everybody goes into a negotiation to achieve a purpose, not to become the ruler or the leader, but to achieve a purpose. At least let the country go back to normal. Even some politicians know that this country is near collapsing. So they want to get it back to the normal first, before we now start saying, okay, let's go a bit further. You yourself, you can see that the country that you used to travel to, now you no longer want to go with your children. At least get it safe back. So I don't think, for me, I've said it here before, but people might be doubting. Peter Obi's case is not a case of I must be president. His case is, okay, we have entered -25. Now let's get it back to +5. That means which is negotiation. If he negotiates with the right candidate and they form a critical mass to be able to take this power back, you can put decent people in certain places that will make the country seemingly be going forward again.
I agree with you broadly, X0. I do think Peter Obi, of course, he wants to be president because he's running to be president. So of course he wants to be president. But I don't think it's a do or die affair with him. And I think he's realistic enough to know that his chances are very slim. But the space that he seems to have happened upon now, he wants to push it as far as he can to effect long-lasting change, a shift in the way that the country is. So I think if that is the overarching ambition, and if he's able to repoint the country with this campaign, then he would have achieved a lot. So yes,
exactly.
but I don't see him as a do or die. In fact, I don't think anybody sees him as a do or die politician.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not a desperado like Atiku or Tinubu.
No.
Yes.
No, in fact, that's the proper way to follow Nigerian politics. Don't spend your money there, because sometimes people vote what they deserve. Instead of voting the right way, they vote what finally comes back to be their nemesis. Look at how they brought in BUHARI after knowing what he did in 1980 something. So sometimes you don't spend money on Nigerians. You let them work for it. If you need change, you work with your head. Work for it. If you don't change it, Peter Obi doesn't need your vote. He's already made. He will just go and chill in one place and watch you suffer. That's the truth. If you don't get it right now with your vote, you will suffer again. Look at it. Look at the way they are laughing at us. The politicians are laughing at us. They will tell us blatant lies, and we will fall for it. And they will come back and take everything, and they will laughing. Look at, we don't even have. We are servicing loans. We are servicing debts with everything. We are recording 0% profit. That means we cannot even go for the next budget. That means in the next couple of months, we are gone. That's where we are.
But how can we change the country with another one change? So we're stuck. We're basically stuck.
Well, what makes you think the Northerners don't want to change?
Because I'm seeing the picture. I'm seeing the picture in the future. I'm seeing it, and I've seen a vision.
All right, good. Well done. Don't say that in public, or that you are seeing a vision. You are seeing they will put you in straight jackets and take you to somewhere, a padded room. Don't let them take you to a padded room. But back to you, X0, and to another talking point. So this one now, I'm a bit conflated as to how I'm positioned. It says, herders demand compensation from Ondo government. Ask Malami to reclaim grazing reserves and routes. So hopefully you heard me read out the body of the piece. But before I come to you, let me acknowledge Kulata's super chat, which was through your conversation earlier on. The North will vote along religious lines, is what he's saying to you. And that, of course, Peter Obi is not getting any votes from the North. Only a naive mind will think that. But thank you for the super chat, Kulata. As I take you to a different talking point, and to that space, the headers demanding compensation from Ondo State. So what are you making of that then, the Miyetti Allah demand?
You know, we've sometimes it's only in Nigeria we discuss issues, and we discuss it like we are in 1940. You know, they have said time without numbers that grazing. I'm sorry to say this, but you know, there's no need for you to enter into a business that will destroy your health, destroy your livestock's health, and then furthermore kill people. As I'm sorry to use that word, take the lives of innocent people just because you want grazing road. It's only either you are not listening or you are stubborn in your ways, you know, that you will insist on going to tackling an issue using an obsolete method. They have set time to that number that ranching is the way to go. if their leaders, if the leaders of certain states love their people, there's enough land, enormous land in Niger State, in Sokoto State, in Zamfara for cattle. You see, water is the problem. Dig borehole. Feed your cattle in one place, make them be healthier. You to stop moving around is obsolete. But no, you see, this kind of rhetoric just reminds me of a people who want to cause problem every time. Their leaders are not giving them the right information. That's why after many people have passed away, many people have, you know how many people, you see, the Nigerian forest now, I'm sure that so many people are there languishing or maybe gone that we don't know about because they're on governed spaces. On governed spaces, so many people have passed away because of this issue, and still we are talking about this issue on national news. I blame this government for this. I blame this government for this, and that is why they are scared of a new government. Because you know that if another person gets to power, all this rubbish will not be happening. Everyone knows this. Ranching is the way. Ranching is the way. How many times can you take? Even a deaf man can feel the raindrops on the shoulder, on the body.
You know, but the counter argument is that the open grazing is not necessarily animal husbandry. It's really more a way of life and a culture. So this is how these people live, you know, to traverse the expanse of the Sahel and the savannah, you know, exploring, grazing cattle, trading, and interacting. So this has been a culture that has subsisted for centuries. So it's really more a way of life than animal husbandry.
But one man, I put a question to you. Can you carry your culture from Ibadan and go and practice it in the southeast?
Now that's where the difficulty is, because their culture now is now vesting hardship and death upon others.
Yes, I think the culture is steeped in some kind of religiosity that makes them believe that all and every space should be dominated by them. Because if they don't believe like that, why will you take your cattle and your culture to a place where they don't want you to practice it there? I remember one time they flogged in Akure. They flogged one Igbo man that was said to be the head of the Igbo people in Akure. The Yoruba king's aides, they went to the man, they flogged him seriously. They said they don't want any other leader there. It's only their Oba that's leader. I think everybody, most people have read that story that time. That was before Buhari government, when they were chastising Igbos everywhere. You know? I remember this one vividly. They said you cannot be leader of Igbo here. We don't want any leader here. Everybody is under our Oba.
Zero, can I interject, please?
Okay.
Yes. One man. Good evening, everyone. One man. I've said it here before now. At least I beat encounter with the Fulanis in the southwest. Precisely, Isseyin side. I'm from Okeo, so Isseyin is close to Okeo. My mom had hectares of land along that Isseyin Isseyin road. It comes to sometimes some people are just painting, or maybe they are not painting all the Fulanis. There are still good people in the Fulanis. My mom live with them, still living with them currently. My mom will even go to the extent of inviting them when the grass is very high. They don't go to people's farm. I don't know of other places, but in the same side, my mom will even invite them to to our land, so that their animals to come and graze on the land, so that they won't need to pay to graze the land. So, but I think maybe it's the criminal people among them that is causing all this. One man, Fulani has been living with us hundreds of years. We don't have this problem with them. And my mom doesn't even have this problem with them. I witnessed this before I left Nigeria. My mom invited them to our land to graze on the land, so that he wouldn't need to pay for all this agbaro. We just call them agbaro, just to come and cut the grass. And the animals will eat the grass. And my mom will say thank you to my mom, and they will leave. So I don't know. Just continue, my brother.
Yeah, well, from what you say, I also had, I had farms. I had farm in Ibadan. But where I also had a farm was, I actually worked in a farm for somebody. We were doing processing for him in Sapele Road when you are going to Delta State. So in that Sapele Road farm, what the cattle rearers did was, they went into the middle of the man's farm, the middle of the cassava farm. The cattle ate everything. They didn't eat the cassava from the outside where you see it. It was in the middle. They ate it, and then they passed that back and left again. You see, so while there are good people and bad people, and in ungoverned spaces, only God knows what people can do when they are not being looked, when there are no people around. You understand? I'm not saying that Fulanis are bad. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying the power that has been given to this Miyetti Allah in this current dispensation is too much. It's too much. I remember when these things were starting small, people were looking at it like, okay, we don't even know which one is Miyetti again, because there's one group and another group. And we don't know the people who are doing all this massacring. People of Agatu, their lives have been shattered. Shattered. So while you are speaking good of yours, the Agatu people are speaking evil of theirs. Me, I have my experience. My 40 hectares just gone like that. I don't want to talk about it. Almost 30 million gone like that. I don't want to talk about it, because I believe that everything happens for a reason. Thank God that I wasn't even kidnapped, because the one that happened in Sapele Road Farm, if I was in close proximity, maybe they would have carried me. They went into the middle of the farm and cleared all the cassava for the cattle. You can visibly see that they were pulling out the cassava for the cattle to eat. So what's that? Is that a very friendly approach to life? That's a bad thing. So following what you said, I also think that the South, in fact, all the governors in Nigeria put together, they are lazy. They are lazy. If they want to work, once a person is coming a cattle, you already have your forest guards. They already know even if you want to use grazing route, they already know where they're going to enter. Say, okay, you are coming in, okay, this is where you're going to enter. Let's know your ID. Let's have your ID. If anything happens around this route, it is you. They don't. How many forest guards do we need to know what's entering your forest and what's going out?
All right. Thank you, Xero. So thank you, Xero. Xero, let me take you to one more space, and then I'll go on from you to Solomon, who joins us from Abuja. Northern groups demand sack of National Security Advisor, holds protest on Wednesday. So what are you then making then of this development? So this guy has been in NSA for 7 years solid, but there he is then not fit for purpose. So what are you then making then of the Northern? So what purpose is it even with 6 months to go? Your comment on that?
I've forgotten the National Security Advisor. What's his name?
Babagana Mongono.
Yeah, Mongono. There has been a rift between that Mongono and I think one other powerful. I think is it the Malami or somebody. There's been a rift between him. Anyway, I know that there is a faction of the Northern Caucus that has not that don't like him, you know. But apart from that, when they called on the northern youth to rise up, they didn't, or maybe they did, but it wasn't.
You mean during the EESCUE? You mean during the EESCUE space?
Yes, it wasn't loud enough. You know, it wasn't loud enough. They were controlled, so controlled. And I feel that it is not easy, though. You have to give it to the northern youth. It's not easy to rise up in such an environment. You'll be shut down. You'll be shut down. You know, it's not easy. But we expected at least a bit of force, of tension from them when we wanted the security chiefs to go. In fact, a faction of the northern youths came out and said they want things, they want these chiefs to stay like that. They want the SARS to even stay, you know. So they've not done much in terms of wanting a better space, you know. And I know that these northern youths want, when they want something, you can't stand in their way. I know that the northern youth, when they want something, even their leaders run away. No one can stand in their way. So it's I don't understand how they've been just this patient when they are the ones that suffer the most. They are the ones that suffer the most. Nowhere in the north is safe. The number of people that they kidnap every day. One man, it makes me weep when people suffer, but yet they cannot do the right thing. I don't know how that's possible. Somebody like me, if I just begin to suffer, I begin to do the right thing immediately. So I don't know how they've done it. That they are this patient with their leaders. They are this patient.
You know that the bulk of the atrocities is actually in the north.
Yes.
You know that.
Yes.
You know, but the screaming and shouting the most, it comes from the south. But the bulk of the atrocities, the north and the middle belt, they are just constantly being savaged.
Yes, you know, and I also blame the South for some of these atrocities because the South didn't shout enough when these problems started, or maybe they did. Some of our people, our elites, did say some things, but you know, we were not this forceful until the things started to creep into our own areas. You know, the days of when they will have skirmishes and people will die in the north and people will feel like it's their business. Now it's everybody's business, see? You see? Because it's creeping into the south.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So brilliant, well put. So let's go on from you. Stay with us. I'll still come back to you. But I'm keen to get to Solomon Peters because I know he's in Abuja and network problems and data and all of that. So Solomon, you are up next. Although we would have preferred the babe to you because you know, no offense, but would have preferred the babe to you. But, is it your girlfriend? What's going on? What entitled?
No. She's a friend. I don't have a girlfriend. She's a friend. Yeah.
Look at this guy. Well, what's wrong with you? A young man like you should have 10 girlfriends.
A friend with you in a dark room.
Look at that.
What is this guy talking about? You think so we be Momo? I think we never. We don't do all these things when you do the enjoy life now. We don't do our past. Don't they lie to others now? Ọmọ irọ́ olódún pàbùwà olódún kúrọ́. Ọmọ sọ̀rọ̀ sókè. Ìwọ ló kàn in the dark room. Ìwọ ló kàn in the dark room.
All right. To the politics of it, Solomon. So where X0 just left, northern groups demand the sack of National Security Advisor to hold a protest on Wednesday. So that headline I agree with. The National Security Advisor should be sacked, but that is the only part that I agree with it. We have 6 months left in this administration. This guy has been facilitating for the killing of Nigerians for 7.5 years. So why now this new urgency by the northern youth? Solomon.
Sorry, Mr. Woman. Can you just recap this headline again, please? I'm very, very sorry.
Yes, the Northern Youth under the UGs of Arewa Youth Association or something, they are saying they are going to protest on Wednesday, demanding the resignation of the National Security Advisor, Babagana Mongono. They are saying this guy has been facilitating for the killing of Nigerians. He has not shown any capacity, both intellectually or in actual function, that is able to navigate the country out of this level of insecurity that we're having. That they appointed Buhari, they elected him because of insecurity. Is wasn't under him, and the man he appointed to advise him on insecurity has not been able to achieve anything. But so I'm saying that protest is right, but why at this 11th hour when they only have 6 months left?
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I missed this program very well, very much.
Where have you been?
Yeah, I went to camp for NYC camp.
All right.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Lenzada Kashe. Yeah, I just saw his comment. Yeah, concerning this protest is not just, I don't know why in Nigeria it's only we like doing things, we don't do things in a uniform manner. Like for instance, this kind of protest, not only the North that's supposed to come out for it, is the full country, the whole country that's supposed to protest against this thing. But it's already, to me, I feel like it's already late, because how many months do Buhari just have like few months remaining for him to step down, for him to hand over power to another person? So the Northern, is it now they are waking up to protest against such thing that has already been happening? And it's not even just only this guy that they're supposed to why are they not in support of, like when they were trying to impeach Buhari? They are supposed to still protest, because I know if the North should interfere in that impeachment of a thing, they would, I don't want to, sorry to say this, everybody, the Nigeria belongs to everybody, but the way things has always been in this country, it looks as if the North are the people that have mouths, that exercise their own rights.
You can say it fully, Solomon. Nigeria belongs to the North. Nigeria belongs to the North.
Yeah. Like they are the ones who enjoy those civic rights as citizens of Nigeria, and it's not supposed to be so. So them now, they are very selfish people. But is why they are doing this thing now, because of in the Southeast, it's not really terrorists that are disturbing in the Southeast. It's people from, but this one now in the North. In the North, it is those people are real terrorists, that they are even calling them bandits. They are not just bandits, they are terrorists, and they are the ones disturbing in the North. So them now, the thing it is over them now. So that is why they are now trying to take this bold step in trying to impeach the advisor, the security advisor to the president. Yeah. So the movement is okay, but I think it's late for real.
All right. Yes, I agree. I agree with you. The movement is right, but they have 6 months left. So what's the point? It has been useless for 7 years. Where was your voice?
Exactly.
All right. Let me take you to a different space. So let me take you to Miyetti Allah, who are demanding compensation for having been accused of being responsible for what happened in Owo. And off the back of the anger of people, a lot of our Fulanis were attacked. Some they are claiming even killed. So now we've discovered at least they claim to have discovered that the people responsible for Owo, that they were actually Ibira people, not Fulani people. So they are demanding for compensation. Are they within rights to make that demand that Ekweremadu spoke too quickly and too rashly?
Yeah, if you know in Nigeria here, I don't believe any information that they or kind of any kind of information they pass as investigation, like the result they've got, the facts they've gotten from an investigation. I don't believe any of those things at all. I find it very difficult to believe it. But if it's true that those people were Ibera people or Ibera people, yeah, Miyetti Allah deserve to to be compensated if it's true. And you still see again, this thing still boils down to the North being the ones enjoying the civic rights of this country. How will if imagine now, like, okay, now they've already labeled IPOB a terrorist organization in Nigeria here. Imagine now that maybe it is one organization from the southeast that they accused like this. They will not, and they want to seek for this kind of compensation. They will not even answer them. But I know that they must respond to this Miyetti Allah's requests now.
I don't think Akeredolu will compensate them, because if we just cite several examples where they were responsible.
But you know, these people they have they have power in Nigeria here, of which is not just supposed to be so, but because of the way the southern political leaders behave, that is why it looks as if it is this way. Yeah.
All right. You know, in my conversation with Exiro, we actually established that, would you believe, Solomon, that the Fulanis, they are no more than 6% of the Nigerian population. They're just a very, very, very tiny little bit of people. I think even the people from Odua are more than them.
Of course. That is why these Fulani people, it's not like I don't like the fact that they are dominating especially in this West Africa. I don't like the fact at all. But you know, everything that has disadvantage also have an advantage. The advantage, like, it's not advantage anyway. I won't say advantage, and things like you would see some good in some things. There are some things that will be happening and you see some good in them. Like, for instance, assuming the way these Fulani people present themselves in Africa here, like the way they spread the love among themselves or themselves, that we in the South spread love within ourselves like that, especially we in the Southeast spread love like that, the way because these people, you don't need to be a Fulani man family member for him to put you in a place, or as long as you're a Fulani man, he must see you through. He must be there for you. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say.
I do.
Them now, the way they entered Nigeria, they had to they conquered the Hausa race, because them and the Hausa look almost, and they conquered them with religion, and now you will now start hearing Hausa Fulani, of which among them when it's only Fulani and Hausa.
Sorry, Solomon. Do you think the Hausa should reclaim their identity? And why do you think they've not even attempted to? I've never really, because it's almost like saying in the South, the Yoruba Igbos. If you say that in front of a Yoruba man, he will slap you. And if you say that in front of an Igbo man, he will punch you. He will tell you, I'm not Yoruba Igbo, no, I am Igbo. He will tell you, I'm not Yoruba Igbo, no, I am Yoruba. But the Hausas, they are just happy to be lumped together. They are ethnically divergent people. They are not the same people. So why are they not trying to reclaim their identity, these Hausa people?
Yeah, this is the people that gave them the gateway to take over Nigeria, to have this power they have in Nigeria, are the Hausa people. If assuming they stood their ground and did not allow these Fulani people to deceive them with religion and with religion, because it is religion that they've used to deceive them. They've deceived them they've conquered them with religion. So when you live, when Nigeria, when the full tribes in Nigeria, all the tribes in Nigeria come together, they zone Fulani people as Hausa Fulani. But when you leave the Hausa and the Fulani people, Hausa they've already known their position. They've know where they belong. That these people are. They will see the Fulani people as their superiors, of which is not supposed to be so. So the Hausa people, they did not try at all. They did not try at all in allowing such thing to happen. It's not as in they are the real cause of this problem. And like for instance, now if that Ninas movement comes to, like, it happens that they scrap out the 12 Sharia states now, like maybe they really the movement really come to pass, that they would now say, okay, these 12 Sharia states, they should go on their own. Now, how some people are really going to suffer for real? I made there's this documentation or this documentary I was listening to, and they said I think in all the 12 northern states that no Hausa man is a governor, they're all Fulani men. And if you see it too, it's true. If you start making research, you see that all those people, they have Fulani blood in them. So these people need to stand up and
it's not just the governors, Solomon. All the
the governors are the major
all the emirs in the north also.
I don't want to talk about the emirs. I just want to use the political space where people vote, where the religion. I told you, I keep saying something here, that religion is one of the tools they've used to hold these people. So that one, there is nothing outside person want to come and say that they will use and make him an emir. It must be a Fulani. It must be a Fulani that must be the emir. That one is a must, because they are the ones that has installed the religion in that region. So let the Hausa people try and reclaim their rights.
Yes, I've been trying to avoid this question, but Alexander Akache is the one putting it forward. Is asking, did you fall over on a bike or something? You seem to have a bruise on your face.
No. Yeah, I went to camp now. Like, I've not really had
they've roughed you up, have you?
Yeah,
with all the climbing and jumping and
those ones are not really even the main thing is, like, for 3 weeks you'll be there. You always come out for parade, and you must stand every day. When we get to the hall, no chair, you must stand. Like, so stress that I've not gone through for a while, for a very long time. I went through them this period, so that is why it's just as if maybe.
What was the experience like? Where did you go? Where did you have your camp?
Ogun State. At Ogun State. I wanted to. Yeah, I did not have in Shagamu, Ogun State. Yes. Yeah, I camped at Shagamu camp, Ogun State, and I won't lie to you. Before I went for this camp, to this camp, I always say something. Yeah, we in Nigeria here. I don't want. They are not treating us Igbo well in Nigeria, but I don't want us to just be alone, because it's just like this social ranking in poultry farm. It will always occur when we are alone. Social ranking, where you see some weak ones cannot go and feed. The weak ones will not be able to feed, and those kind of things. So, but if we are together. And they treat everybody right, like for instance, the federal, like as Nigeria is now, we negotiate this the way the power should be in Nigeria, and we treat everybody right. It's going to be very good, because this NYSC stuff, it made me get something. We need to, like what Amadu Bello told in Nnamdi Azikiwe, we need to understand our differences so that we'll be able to stay together, because we are different people.
Well, what
I
did
don't
you
know if you
what did you
what
experience
that is where I'm heading to now.
Yeah.
That we need to understand our differences so that we can be able to stay together in Nigeria. We really need to do, because in the camp there, we have, you see, Nigeria, this different tribe is one of the interesting things in Nigeria. Let me tell you, you getting to know another person's culture, another person's tradition, and all that is like, if our government, if we had a good government, in fact, this tribe, these different tribes would still be part of the tourist attractions in the world. People want to come from different parts of the world to experience the different tribes and ethnic groups in Nigeria. Yeah. So yeah. So one of the things I enjoyed here was I'm getting to meet people from different places, from different tribes, and knowing things about their various tribes and where they are coming from. Like, it was very, very interesting. And this NYC here, I before now I used to get very angry with Gowon because of he was used to kill like me. I lost my grandfather in like during the war. So thank God for the grace of God. I would have still lost my father during the war, but thank God he did not die during the war. So he was used, but he still got to his senses and had to set up something like this to foster unity in Nigeria. This thing is something that is really,
Well,
it's really.
Solomon, who did you meet in camp that struck you the most? Who was the most different person from you that you met that you thought, oh, what did you change your mind about somebody or some space? What experience struck you there in camp that you met somebody that that was not as you expected?
I met some Fulani, some I was not Fulani guys, outside guys. I met some outside guys, like, let me say, Fulani guys. Okay, the core northern guys, and with the fact that they've gone to school, they are very enlightened, and the way they were behaving, they are not behaving like that is why they don't behave like the way the core northern,
the way you expected them to.
Yeah, like, yeah, they don't behave like that at all. Like, even this religion of a thing, we were in my hostel, we had more of Fulani and more of house northern guys and Muslim guys. And if you see the way they were even, like, for instance, we were deliberating on Deborah's matter. They said that thing those guys did was never right. Like, it's not right at all. That's the like that. Yeah, Muhammad never said something like that should take place. That it was never. They were very, very, very. They stood against that thing that occurred that period. So yeah, they really stood against it. And in the camp there, because we've already understood our differences, and the coordinators, the camp coordinators too, they really understand Nigeria. In the morning, the Muslim people go to the mosques to go and say their prayer, while the Christians will stay in the parade ground and do our morning devotion. After their prayers, they will come and join us, and start the activity of the day there in the parade ground. Those things are one of the things that we as in I knew that made me know that, yeah, these people really understand that we really need to understand.
You think there is, from your experience, would you say there is hope for the future?
If they will take education serious in Nigeria, not this nonsense this government are doing, we take it, because these people, why this kind of thing why it happened was because of all of us who've gone to school. So if they will take education serious, not this nonsense of us going on strike, and in primary schools and secondary schools they are not investing the way they are supposed to invest. No, if you want to get good education in Nigeria, you need to pay heavily, and it is not so. The government need to invest in education to make people go to school and help them develop their brains, know that like enlighten people properly. because it was education that it is education that has made this kind of thing possible. So they need to start educating people properly, like invest properly in education.
All right. Do you know where they're posting you to? Do you know where they're posting you to?
I have deployed back to Abuja, but I haven't got to the place of primary assignment. So I'm just I don't know, but by the grace of God anyway. I hope to get to a place.
If they send you to Borno, say no, say no. If they send
no,
you to
I've redeployed back
no.
to Abuja. I've redeployed back to Abuja already.
All right. Okay. So you've been redeployed. Did you orchestrate that, or is it just? Did you have to arrange that? Did you arrange that?
We know now.
Is it still 10,000 naira? Is it still 10,000? How much? How much did you give? How much did you give Officer Suleiman? Officer Mukhtar? Look at this guy.
I had to just redeploy back because I can't stay in Ogun State. Sorry to say, I can't stay in Ogun State.
It's too backward, Abi.
No, it's not that it's too backward. Just because of
I know they're a bit backward there anyway in Ogun State.
Accommodation and accommodation is one of the reasons why I had to redeploy back to Ogun State, to Abuja. Yeah, because of accommodation is one of the reasons. Yeah. Ogun State is a nice place. Just that they need to do some spiritual cleansing and they need security in that place.
There's too much voodoo, Abi. They put sacrifice on the road all the time.
Yeah. They need to do spiritual cleansing there and
they need to change that name.
Hold on. Why did you specifically mention spiritual cleansing? Why did you mention that?
Are you back? Hello?
Yes, I'm back. I was asking, why did you specifically mention spiritual cleansing?
I like one of the coppers we went to that was supposed to come and join us in the camp from Anambra State. She was killed in on her way coming to the camp. We don't know if it was in Ogun State or in Lagos. And so many stories I heard about that place. So that was the reason why.
You fear for your life. All right, fair enough. If you are going to be redeployed, the better places is like Lagos and Abuja. So if you get Abuja, then you are lucky. So if you can get into Central Bank, then just do whatever you can to just stay there for the rest of your life. That's it. Or NMPC. That's the next assignment. So go and pay pastor again. So good to see you healthy and well, Solomon. Solomon, stay with us for as long as you can. Let me take the conversation on to Baba Akure, who just look. You are joining us from Abuja. Baba Akure is joining us from Canada. Look at just and I'm here in the UK.
One man.
Yes.
Why don't you ask Solomon the security situation in Abuja? How does it look like now?
That one. I was when I was in the camp. I was in the camp. I was going through the news headline and I saw what happened in Abuja. It's just that Lagos is just, I don't know. Lagos, they need to just make that decongest that state. Like it should just be free. I was just thinking, like me coming back to Abuja now, but everything is in hands of God and everyone has to be vigilant. Abuja is not really safe, I swear, for real. It's not really safe. It's just the grace of God that would see us through in this place. So Abuja too needs security.
Yeah. How did you travel out and back to Abuja?
Yeah, that was my question. Yeah, how did you travel?
I went with flight anyway, by the grace of God.
Well done.
And I came back.
How much did you spend? How much did you spend for flight?
Or more.
Soros, okay.
I did cry. I need to leave Nigeria by God's grace to go and hustle because this place here, this place here is devastating for real. I spent close to they first cancelled my flight, Dana Airline. It was that day, the night that I was supposed to, the next day I was supposed to fly with Dana Airline. They cancelled the flight. and I paid 51,000 and 58,000. Then in the airport there, because I'm meant to leave Abuja that day, I had to pay 100,000 live for them to secure a space for me in the airport. So that 150 has gone. They're coming back to Abuja now.
Wow. You
I had
paid
to pay
officially 50,000, and then you have to pay additional 100,000 for you to secure
live.
What is that 50,000 you paid earlier for the seat?
It was for Dana Airline, but they cancelled it, and even to today they've not refunded the money.
Oh, okay.
They've not refunded the money, and my friend that helped me book the flight has been messaging them, has been emailing them, and they said we should just exercise patience and all that. Then coming back to Abuja, I paid 78,000.
My God.
Everything has really gone up in this country, for real.
Why don't you go by road? Why don't you go by road?
I need to road now. Go by road.
Go by road.
I want to move pinch Solomon Denny. Why don't you go by road? You are a strong boy now, strong man.
Strong boy. You want to make Allah to turn him into suya. They will turn him into suya. I rebuke it for you, but don't go by road though. Go.
So, Solomon, is the curfew still on in Abuja from 6 o'clock? No movement, or how is it now? I learned that no movement from 6, or people should stay. No, there are people should stay at home for their own security from 6 o'clock. No, not curfew, but an advice, by the authority that it is better to do everything you want to do during the daytime, and from 6 o'clock, make sure you are inward and don't move around for your security also. Is that true?
Yes. I did not get this news of people should stay at home like at night. But yesterday, because I came into Abuja yesterday, last night. By this time yesterday, around 9 yesterday, that was when we got to Abuja. So while coming, while going home, the road was very scanty. Like there were people, but not like the way it used to be. Not like even around 9, some malls, some shops have already closed and people have already gone in. But I did not take note of this thing you said now. So that means people are complying to that advice. People are adhering to that advice, because people are no longer, even in my in this my place here, everybody always going. Like this evening I went out to get stuff, and I noticed that people were not even out like that the way they used to be out before.
If people are not out, then you don't go out as well, because they're just looking. That 100K you paid at the airport, don't go and pay the same at police station, no. Because
God forbid.
So
we have police in our like, because this place is somehow like an estate, so we have police here and they know me. So I just go. I don't go out. I just go out and pick my stuff and get in, because I just came in yesterday. I don't have anything inside the house. I needed some things. Yes.
Why do so that babe, she couldn't cook for you that you were coming home?
No, the person, she was the person that helped me to book the flight. So we were just talking. She's not my babe. She's just a friend.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Well, of course, she's not. I'm the only one here. We're talking on the phone.
Oh, okay, you're on the phone. All right, brother. Yeah. Good to see you well and safe. Because I was just wondering about you even just yesterday that we've not seen Solomon. If I had your Instagram, I would have DM'd you. So good to see you, Solomon.
Thank you very much.
Let me go from you to Baba Akure, but let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in on the way to Baba Akure. It says this is Alexander Gomez, of course, as always. It says Adanle Koko. Are the Igwira people not Ara-Oke Yorubas? Yeah, so I've always had the sense as well. Are they sort of Yorubas-ish sort of people, the Igwira people, Ajanle Koko?
No, they are not Yorubas. They are Nupe people. They are one of the tribe in Nupe. The only thing there is that we have a long term historical and cultural relationship with these people, centuries for centuries. In fact, that name they call Nupe by Yoruba, they don't call it Nu, they call it Linkpe. It was when the white people came, they cannot really pronounce it well. They are the one, according to historians, that they changed it to Nupe. It was Linkpe, they always call. They are not Yorubas, they are just, they are very close to us. You know that Yoruba land, we have Yorubas. Our territory extends to what we know as Kogi State today. So the Lenkwe people, I mean the Gbira people, we kind of share border, on that today's Kogi back in the day. So they are not Yoruba, but we have a long time, historical relationship, cultural relationship, and they are very close to us. We do things together, and they have some community in Ondo State, and but they are not really Yoruba people, but they are just our neighbor. Let's call them our neighbor. Yes, they are neighbor.
Right. All right, brilliant. Well put. Yeah. So thank you for that historical documentation. Let's put it that way. Still with the super chat, still Alexander, but this time Alexander Akache, who is super chatting in the direction of Solomon. He says, kudos to you for your successful NYSC orientation camp. Good to see people achieving a lot on the platform. Special thanks to engineer. Thanks for your patriotism. So thank you for the super chat. And if we start to document Ajanle Koko, we've seen quite a lot on this platform. We've seen two birds from DOG and the World Peace son that is always crying in the background. He was born right on this platform. Remember? Do you remember when the son was born?
Yes.
So we've seen deaths as well. Thankfully, would not we personally, but within the platform, with one of our members losing a parent. So it was only marriage now that we're waiting for us to complete the whole thing. So it's just life happening as we gather here all the time. So thank you for that super chat, Alexander Akache, as we move the conversation on to Baba Akure. So
Who is that member? Who is that member that lost parent?
It was Professor Data O. Do you remember?
Oh yes, that's right. Yes.
So Baba Akure, you are up next, and let me take you quickly then to the space Ondo State. The Fulanis,
we are waiting for Baba Akure chieftaincy coronation.
Yes, the Akwelua of
Akure. Of Akure
of Ekweremadu land. Of Ekweremadu land. Look at that. I think Baba Akure doesn't want to dig into his wallet for that title. That's the thing. So let's take you to Ondo State then. The Fulanis up in arms are accusing Ekweremadu of wrongly accusing them. They are demanding compensation. Are they within rights to do that, Baba Akure? On mute. On mute. Baba Akure, are we frozen? Look at that. Are you using an American system, Baba Akure? Is the American system
is Canada system is using now?
I have to mute now, Baba Akure. You know the process. You are muted. You are muted. If you can hear me, unmute.
Unmute.
We can see your lips moving, but we cannot hear the sounds coming out of it because you are muted. Unmute. If it was a new person now, we will say he doesn't know the system. But we started this platform together now. What's going on? Unmute. I didn't mute you.
Baba Akure, are you talking to someone else?
Hey, you can.
Yeah, I'll mute now.
Look at this.
I want Canada. Canada.
Look at that.
Canada system.
Let him live. Let him live and come back. Let him live and come back.
All right, Baba Kure, let me give you a moment and I'll come back to you shortly. So let me take the conversation. Let me take it to Ajanle Koko instead. So let me bring Ajanle Koko up and then I'll take you to that space that I was taking Baba Kure. The Fulanis now demanding an apology by way of compensation. So is it unreasonable? Is it reasonable for them to make those demands, Ajanle Koko?
Yeah, thank you, Woman. Let me use this opportunity to say good morning, afternoon, evening to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Woman, I think it is right if those people were extrajudicially killed by some of our people. It's not Nigerians have the right to live in any part of that country. As we have Yoruba lives in Hausa land or in Fulani land up north, Igbo live outside there, they live there too. They have the right to live among us. So if something happened, like the Owo incident, for instance, and because of that, some people have to go to Fulani community and go and massacre people. I think that is wrong and it should be condemned. So for their leaders in that community now asking for compensation, I think it's legitimate. Governors should listen to them and then compensate them adequately. That is how it should be done. That is how we can, not only that, compensate them and then look for those people that committed that crime, people that killed them. They should be brought to book so that justice can be served. They are fathers of some children. They are husbands of some women. Some of them are leaders in the community. So why should they not live safely among us? Why should some criminal among us that just want to take law into their hand and just go and kill because of some criminals went to kill some people in the church? We can't turn our state into a state of anarchy. No, government of Ondo State need to respond, compensate them, as well look for those people that committed that crime and bring them to book. So they deserve it, woman.
Do you think Ekweremadu left too quickly? Because a lot of his tone was to attribute the blame on these people. And what we are now finding out is that they were a totally different people. So do you think Ekweremadu left too quickly should they have been a bit more cautious in his wordings in the way?
Yeah, thank you, woman. I think you should have done so. You should have been more cautious. You should have allowed investigation to be carried out and get to the root of the matter before making statement. The statement he made back then is now come out to be very untrue to what investigation revealed now. So it's unfortunate that it happened like that. And, I think it was because of too much pressure on him and he was trying to respond quick. Other than that, some information will come to him too as a governor that are not right. He should have used his own position well, to x-ray the information, get the information right before making statement. I think they got the wrong information. I don't think that it deliberately just make that statement now. I mean, back then, which is contrary to what has been revealed. I mean, the investigation, the outcome of the investigation, the proper investigation now. So you should have been more cautious and tell us that next time the governor should take time to investigate any matter well before coming out to make statements, you know.
All right, brilliant. But still staying with Miyetti Allah, they have rejected the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi for reasons that, by their consideration, is a bigot, is a tribal bigot. So they are saying then that any born of Fulani person must absolutely categorically not vote for Peter Obi because he would weigh against their interest. So what are you making then of these instructions by the Miyetti Allah, and how do you think it will impact Peter Obi's fortunes at the ballot?
One man, I think I will turn that statement around against them. They are the ethnic bigot and not Peter Obi. Peter Obi have never made any statement, any bigotry statement against anybody or any section of that country. So they are making that statement against Obi now. They should be seen as ethnic bigot. So they have the right to vote for anybody they want to vote for or work for any candidate they want to work for. But it is wrong for them to label one candidate as ethnic bigot when that candidate have never demonstrated such habit. So I think it's a very, very, very wrong statement, and it should. If we have a country that we know implication of statement that some of these organizations make sometimes, I think the other candidate in this rate should come out and condemn them. They should condemn them that Peter Obi is not an ethnic bigot. He's a Nigerian.
But they won't do that, will they? It's to the advantage of the other candidates if the Miyetti have discounted Peter Obi now. It's to
Yes.
their advantage.
Yeah, but it is stupidity if they don't do that, because they could do that against them in the future. If they don't do it against them now, they could do it against them in the future. So it would be better for them to say Peter Obi is a Nigerian. He is qualified for this job. He has never demonstrated any act of ethnic bigotry, and therefore we condemn that statement. It's simple. So they should. Let's just look at them that are making this statement. Let's look at them. Were they not in support of this BUHARI that was there? What has it done good for Nigeria now? Has it not run Nigeria to the worst ever in the history of that country? They supported Jonathan as well. What did Jonathan give us? He did not run Nigeria well too.
But Ajanle Koko, they are speaking especially to their own ethnic interest, and they are saying that their own ethnic interest would not be best. I mean, they're entitled to that, because everybody is playing to their own interest, and they are saying that their ethnic interest, they describe them as a Biafran. So they are saying that their own ethnic interest would not be best served with the Peter Obi presidency. But the greater space, Ajanle Koko, that I'm looking to explore is if the Fulanis, Miyetti Allah, if they as a block vote reject Peter Obi, how does that impact on him electorally?
Let me tell you, one man. Before I answer that question, these people, that statement they make against Peter Obi, we all know that statement is untrue. It's a statement to create division and disharmony among Nigerians. Peter Obi, I've never seen for once mention any statement or make any statement in support of Biafran movement. I have never seen Peter Obi for once. I'm talking for once. I don't know whoever I've heard Peter Obi talking about Biafran.
I think they've wrapped Peter Obi up in the narrative of his ethnicity. So they're just seeing him as an ego narrative.
So
not
that
as
statement,
an individual.
That statement is a divisive statement. It should be condemned. It should not be tolerated. I hate people doing things like this. Nigeria as a country, and we as people in that country, we are going through hell. We are sharply divided against each other now, along ethnic line and religious line. And organization like them or association like them that are as big as them should be very mindful of statements they are making out. They should make statements that can unite the country and not statements that can divide us. Okay, when these bastards are making this statement, do they not have their Miyetti Allah members selling ram or doing business in Igbo land? Why do they have their members doing business in Igbo land?
Well, one of the things they said was that Peter Obi made life hell for the Hausa traders during his administration.
Is that their statement?
Yes.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about that, one man. They could, if actually that Peter Obi make life miserable for their business while in his office, they should be very strong with their position and not describe Peter Obi as an ethnic bigot and not describe him as a Biafran and not describe him as not a Nigerian.
Let me bring you this paragraph, Ajanle Koko. And then off the back of this paragraph, I want to bring you something else. It says, this is down just halfway in the piece. It says, Al-Hassan also claimed that Obi, as the governor of Anambra State, destroyed the businesses of Northerners and chased plenty Hausa and Fulani people from entering Anambra State. So that's an assertion that he makes. He says Obi represents the Biafran interest. This is this Al-Hassan still speaking. Obi represents the Biafran interest. So we know those we cannot vote for and those that cannot be president in Nigeria. He's a tribal bigot. So that is Al-Hassan. But Ajanle Koko, I'm sure you know a guy called Shega Link. So he of that left of center space. And this is what he has to say as well. He says, we can't hand over Nigeria to IPOB. Shega Link, Segalink, on Peter Obi's candidacy. It says, human rights activist Segun Awosonya, popularly known as Shega Link, has told Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the Labour Party for the 2023 election, to stop encouraging division. Correspondents report that Shega Link, who accused the presidential hopeful of raising false hopes, told him not to deceive Nigerians. He went on to assert that the thought of handing over Nigeria to belligerent indigenous people of Biafra IPOB won't materialize. Nigeria belongs to all Nigerians. You can't give to the youths what already belongs to them. The clickbait campaign won't upstage the dominant contenders. We must stop raising false hopes and address the real issues. Insult and abuse are not structures. Stop encouraging division. Shega Link wrote on his verified Twitter handle on Sunday. He added, I monitored your chaotic campaign. He added, I monitored your chaotic campaign, distinguished, honorable Peter Obi, and is void of the requisite responsibility that augurs well for Nigeria. This is not the kind of posture a country on the precipice needs. The thought of handing over Nigeria to belligerent IPOB won't materialize. The well-worn political tactics of promising to give to people what already belongs to them is like picking their pockets and returning what you stole. This is highly manipulative and justifies the reservation deep thinkers have about your campaign. Nigerians don't need deceivers. So the tone of our Shega links very much in tandem with the assertion of the Miyetti Allah space. This view, even though it's crude in its expression from Miyetti Allah, elegantly worded by our Shega links, but entirely the same thing. So this is what they are saying. That it's just what do you make of that, Ajale Koko? I mean, Shega links is, if there was one person you'd expect to be supporting Peter Obi, is somebody like Shega links, who is left of center, who is near socialist, people oriented, all of those things that we hear from that space. But what are you making of that, Ajale Koko? What are you making of that?
Shega Lake is talking nonsense. Yeah, it's talking like, look, when we have some of our people talking nonsense, let us say they are talking nonsense. Peter Obi is not IPOB. Peter Obi is not, he has never championed IPOB cause. He has never championed Biafran cause. Peter Obi is always on the side of Nigeria. He's a patriotic Nigerian. So all these things that Shega Link is talking, maybe have a candidate is supporting. So support your candidate, but don't lie. I hate when people lie. And that is why sometimes some of these obedient, when they lie too, I come out frontally against them. I hate when you lie to demeaning the other in order to promote your own candidate. It is insane. Shega Lake is wrong, is lying, and is misinforming the people, and it's so ridiculous that somebody like him can just easily expose himself like this. That he is a divisive person. So him and Miyetti Allah are totally wrong in calling Obi a Biafran or IPOB that is trying to carry out IPOB agenda or IPOB champion IPOB cause is lie. So they have the right. Miyetti Allah have the right to support whoever they want to support. That is what they need to do. They need to make it categorically clear that Atiku is by our candidate. We are urging all Fulanis to support Atiku, or Tinubu is our candidate. We are urging them to support Tinubu, or Kwankwaso is our candidate. We are urging all Fulanis to support. That is what they need to do, and not to paint Obi bad for what is not right. What the way they're describing Obi is totally false and completely false. And we should not accept this nonsense against each other. It's divisive. We need unity in that country so that we can have a nation that can work for everybody. The nation that we can foster unity and bring that nation back on track. I don't welcome this statement from them, and they are not. I believe they are not representing all the interests of Fulani. Yes, they have their own member they are representing, and their own member, I believe, will follow their instruction because they represent large number of people is as an association. But to say that, yeah, they represent the interests of the entire Fulani, that is they are one association among several associations from the north that represents Fulani. We have Arewa Association, what do they call that? Those one. We have Northern Consultative Forum. We have some others. So they are just one of them. So
so you don't think they will impact on Peter Obi's electoral fortune significantly?
Oh yes. Oh, I won't say whether significantly, but to some extent, they have strong members across the country. That they represent, and I believe, yes, they are representing the interests of their members, and their members across the country will vote for the candidate that they declare for. But yes, but I will not say that significantly. I won't say that. Yeah, because there are other associations as well that represent the northern interests. They are just one of them. So,
but Ajale Koko, please. Can Peter Obi escape the IPOB space?
I think it's not possible. I don't think it's possible.
I know Peter Obi is not a bigot, but can Peter Obi escape the IPOB space? I just want you to be truthful to ourselves. Thank you.
Well, look, Thomas, you see, what these people are trying to achieve is to misinform the people, particularly the people that are not educated in the North, the people that cannot really, by themselves, know the true political situation of things, people that follow instruction of leaders. That is those people they are representing. So their own members, follow their own instruction, they follow their instruction, and people that are affiliated, some other association that are affiliated to them. So they are members that cannot really, understand the political situation well, will listen to them, and will follow their instruction. Those are the people they are targeting. They know what they are doing. They are trying to rubbish the name of Obi. They are trying to tag him as an Biafran, and the name Biafra is like is Satan to them in the North. It's a name of enemy to their interests. So that is what they're trying to do. And but to us that are educated, that knows better, we should be able to say it in a clear context of it before the world and to our listeners around the world that this is lie, this is divisive, and they are not truthful. Yeah, who is trying to wait it?
It's me. I'm just trying to ask you a question. Now, one man, and I believe everybody, we've been saying it here that at a point, right, this election period will take its shape, and then when it's coming to that point of the real electionary campaign, it will become more tribal. I believe this is what is shaping up now. And then there's one thing that is instructive that I want you to understand. When Tinubu picked a Muslim from the North, and the whole of it seems like there was a gang up within Can and some pastors, and then flamed by what Peter Obi was going visiting some churches, and then when in those churches the pastors will make certain comments. I said it that at the end of the day, you guys may not really understand Islam properly, but I'm telling you what the Northerners are seeing that a lot of people are not seeing. Because I could see vividly that moment that Tinubu picked a Muslim, especially on this platform. Baba Akure went in flames, and he was so mad that day. That passion and that reaction from Baba Akure, right, is the same thing that an average northern Muslim is thinking over there. They are thinking it's jihad now. What they are preaching to them now in the north is like is now they are trying to fight a jihad against Islam, not election anymore. What you are seeing from Miyetti Allah, if you go, I saw a video maybe earlier today that this Peter Obi's running mate, his older brother, that one in the northern, one of those northern elder stuff, he was making
Hakim Baba Ahmed.
Hakim Baba Ahmed. So it's getting to that place, it's getting to that time, and that's why when some people are saying Peter Obi will win the north, I keep laughing because he's not doing. I hope they will let us speak. He's not doing what he's supposed to do. You have a tag on you being an IPOB, an IPOB sympathizer, and it's not being helpful by the way these folks are running riots over the social media. Now, recently, Femi Kuti came to make a public statement that they were threatening to burn his shrine down, and then they've been tracing so many algorithms to them, right? That IPOB, those people who were IPOB and the Biafra, whatever in the past, they are changing their logo and everything to Peter Obi's logo now and all those kind of things. And then you are flaming that ember by going to several places. It's sending wrong signal to the north, and that's why we are saying we run policies differently in the south. We may be polished in a way that we run our politics. What you are seeing from Miyetti Allah will reverberate to the north, and then it will start from here. It's just a tip of an iceberg of what. If you want to condemn Miyetti Allah now, you should be ready to condemn the whole of the north by the time they take a position. I just want you to know that.
I think Ajane could come out. Okay.
Okay. Yes. So Tinubu, seeing that division along religious and ethnic line in this country, and he tapped into it by picking Muslim ticket. Muslim as the device. We know that what drives the politics in the north is religion, ethnic and religion. So Tinubu's strategy, he knows why he picked Muslim, is to help me garner more vote in the north. Whether it's going to work for him this time or not, time will tell, but it's best known to him. It's a strategy, it's a political strategy. It's been coming a long way since the 90s in the politics. So he knows why he picked, and he believes that is the only thing that can win him that presidency. So, but we here should represent our people in saying the truth to power. While they are doing this kind of dirty politics, as much as we will condemn the obedient, that lie, that, what do you call it? That bully people online, we should be able to condemn these people too when they are making a very, very wrong and untrue statement against Peter Obi. We should be able to stand up against them that you are lying, you are not truthful. So we should balance it. We should not be one-sided in our condemnation of any side that is doing wrong thing. That is what I believe in. Some obedience are not doing it right. They are not helping Obi in the marketing of Obi. They are demarketing him. Why should everybody that oppose Obi candidacy, why that person should be bullied? Why should that person should be called names and all sort of things? Why? Why should that person be threatened? His family will be threatened. His children, they will threaten them online. They are going to come after, that data guy. What is that PDP guy? That
Reno. They went after
They went after Omache. They went. I mean, why now Fela Kuti? Let them go and burn Fela Kuti now. I mean, shrine. If you thought let them go and burn shrine, and they will understand. They will get the result right there. That will put the permanent stop to that nonsense. So, as much as we can condemn the obedient, this violent and toxic obedient, we should be able to condemn this rascal and idiot people that are lying to this divisive, these people making divisive statements against Obi. So that is my position, one man.
All right, brilliant. So Ajale Koko, they say we don't bring good news here often. So this one purports to be somewhat of good news. Nigeria's first fully automated deep sea port are set for completion. So this is the Lekki Deep Sea Port, which I think was initiated under this administration in 2019. And it looks as though they are fast forwarded for it now to be operational before the end of this year. So this is a game changer, of course, in terms of maritime economy. And this will then, by this singular act, just take total command of the maritime trafficking in that sub-region so that everything comes to Nigeria. Is that somewhat of a good news, Ajale Koko?
Yes, one man, that's a good news. As a matter of fact, it's an expansion of our infrastructure, and which will definitely add value to our economy. We add value to our asset. The asset base of our economy is going to add value to it. And a lot of things will be achieved. It's going to create jobs. It's going to bring in, technical skill. And it's going to bring modernization of port operation. Our people are going to have a new knowledge, new technical know-how of how modern seaports is operated. And that will, these are the things that will attract international investors as well. When you have infrastructure that are modern, that is competitive to that of others in the world, yes, they'll be able to do business with you. So, but unfortunately, we are in a country that is ravaged with crisis now. The state of insecurity in that country is a big problem.
But hopefully that is temporary, and it is things like this that might well be the pathway to out of insecurity. Because of course, this would expand the economic base of Nigeria, especially the legal space. Because with this singular move now, it will make Lagos the hub of maritime activities in that West African sub-region. So all the biggest vessels will come and berth in Lagos and then offload to smaller vessels to go around all the sub-regions that they're looking to traffic to. So a real game changer in terms of the maritime economy for Nigeria's advantage.
Oh, yes. You are right, woman. I hope as I was saying, I hope the insecurity problem can be handled well, can be put under control. It is when you have security. It's when you have security in place, that is when you can enjoy or put into efficient use of your infrastructure. This insecurity is threatening that country seriously. There's no doubt about it. And it looks like the government is not getting it right on how to control it or to put an end to it.
You know they are going after them aggressively in recent days. According to
One
what Kulata has been
forget about what Kulata. We have had a lot of things in the past that they are going after them. If the report is by them, the report is by federal government that have lied several times in the past to us. We don't want to hear anything. We just want to see action. We just want to see action. Take that action as necessary and let us feel the peace. That is what matters to us, is the peace. We want to see the peace. Now, these people have taken a lot of land in Kaduna, where we have the military, the strongest military formation in that country. They've established a parallel government. They are taking taxes, and they are close to even the Kaduna metropolis. And you are saying that they are making, which effort are they making? It's nonsensical.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, the governor of Kaduna State just wrote a memo some few days to the president that, look, it looked that these people going to overwhelm Kaduna. So it's not a joke. So this insecurity is a big problem to us, to that country. So for economic prosperity, you must have a well-secured country. There must be security for you to enjoy the infrastructure that you have in place. Look at that infrastructure that spent millions of dollars. That Kaduna Abuja rail. Since that attack on that train, no train ever fly between Kaduna. The operation has been grounded since then. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? That's a setback to the economy of that country. What are we talking about? So what I'm trying to say,
Ajale Kokobo, there's a good chance that the Buhari administration at the 11th hour can rebrand itself as a success, because in the next few months they are going to be commissioning the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, and then they will tell you that since 1999 nobody has been able to do this. They have done it. And then in the next few months, they'll be commissioning the second Niger Bridge, and they will tell you that since 45, 50 years ago, this thing has been on the budget, but they've completed it. And they start to commission after commission after commission, and then you see that the country is suddenly wearing a new face, and these people might well rebrand themselves as a success.
Look, they can commission as much projects as they like. If you don't have security, that insecurity will overwhelm whatever project or any infrastructure that they put in place. What is the purpose of infrastructure when it cannot be used to the optimal put into optimal usage as expected? The Ibadan, we are talking about Ibadan, the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, when they commission it, and we cannot travel between Lagos and Ibadan for the fear of not being kidnapped, what is the use of it? And others. I've just talked of the Kaduna track.
Yeah,
now.
but what I'm saying to you is that the insecurity necessarily is a temporal sort of a space.
It is not temporal. For the past 7 years, we have been going through.
It will not be in perpetuity, is it? It will not be forever.
It could overwhelm. It could even take over the whole entire country. That is what we are seeing.
No, there's not an indication that it is.
What do you mean, woman? Before Buhari came on board, the insecurity as to terrorist activity was limited within the Northeast. But now look at the banditry has extended to the Northwest. The entire Northwest has been ravaged by this banditry activity. And look, these guys that attack that train, that Abuja Kaduna train, do you know how much they have made for the release of those that
over $1 billion, according to what the experts are saying?
It's going to like 2.2 billion. When they go by count, 100 million per each of people that you released so far, it's going to about $2.2 billion. What are we talking about? This is not good. A lot of business activity has been killed. The other day, you are showing us video of one guy that went to Kaduna, showing a lot of places. You saw all those train tracks. You saw all those communities that people have vacated. What kind of country is that? And we heard that Buhari administration and this train track attacker, they agree on federal government agree with them to release the family of these people in return for some of these hostages to be released. Federal government fulfilled its own part. These people did not release those hostages. You know, this is. I mean, I hope, I wish they can get it right, and you know, take this situation, put the situation under control. Otherwise, this infrastructure that we are building here and there, it won't be able to serve the purpose of it if we have insecurity. So that port, like you said, is an added advantage, an added asset to whatever we already have on the ground, and the purpose is going to serve. I mean, it's going to bring a lot of revenue for that country, and I mean, it's a good thing that is happening, that we are having it in Lagos, and I hope in some other parts of Nigeria as well, Port Harcourt and Calabar Port, I hope they can work on those ones too, and open up the whole country so that investors can come in. Once infrastructures like these are in place and are functional, yes, investors will come in, and that will create more jobs, and that will stimulate, you know, the economy to the advantage of everybody. So, but you know, it's a welcome development, woman. Really, this is a welcome development, and we should all be happy that, I mean, this time we are having a modern port that, you know, is as modern as some of the best around the world. It's a welcome development.
They're saying Nigeria now joins the countries that have a deep sea port, which is to tell you then, just by that statement, that it's an exclusive club of people.
Yes.
So it's not something. So it's a real move. If it resonates in the manner that they are describing. I have no expertise in that space, but it sounds like though, you know, because this is. You see, Nigeria has two comparative advantages within the West African subspace. One comparative advantage within the West African subspace, and a global comparative advantage, which is the oil. I'm saying that oil should be next to nothing for the Nigerian person, so that they can drive the economy off cheap oil. That's what I've always thought. And then Nigeria is a wealthy country, so that wealth, we can use that wealth that we have to create even more wealth and just dominate the economies of all of those sub-West African spaces. So with that port now, we take trade from Ghana, from Benin, from Togo, from Cameroon, and everything that is coming to them has to come via us. So that's the sort of thing, is those sort of power moves we want to see from Nigeria.
Oh, yes, one man. So Nigeria, look, we just need electricity, uninterrupted electricity.
Imagine if we had that.
Yes, uninterrupted electricity and security.
We are all moving back home. Or if we have that, everybody is moving back home.
Security and electricity for that country. I'm telling you, one man, Nigeria will, in 5 years, and we have leadership that knows how economy works. Leadership that can liberalize the economy, can open up the economy well, can make it attractive to foreign investors. We are part of foreign investors too. With in diasporas, you know, there are a lot of Nigerians that could take a lot of businesses, a lot of expertise back to that country to revamp the economy of that country. But the state of insecurity and no electricity and bad road, these are the things that keep a lot of us away, and as well as foreign investors. So if those things can be achieved, electricity and security and good leadership that knows how economy works, like Obasanjo, the way Obasanjo handled the economy of that country. If you can have somebody like Obasanjo, a disciplined, a well-committed, a Nigerian, a well-committed, a purposeful leadership, a person that, you know, wants the best for his country. If we know that if we have such leader for that country in the next 5 or 8 years, and I guarantee you one more, Nigeria will be one of the 10th strongest economy in the world because we have the potential.
In fact, it's easier to get Nigeria right than to get it wrong. It takes more of an effort to continue to hemorrhage the country in this manner than to what does it? You know that $100 billion it will fix that country. $100 billion, it will. But
yes.
It's easier to do that, just to put that $100 billion to fix the country, than you come and steal your 10 billion and then you are driving in potholes and they are kidnapping your own family members. You may insulate yourself, but you cannot insulate the extent. How many times have we heard that the son of some senator, the extended family of some cousin of some governor, kidnapped, killed, etc.? So you can't protect the entire. So it's easier just to get the country right than to continue to destroy it in this manner.
Yes, Nigerians are very, very hardworking people. We have the land for agriculture, and we have a lot of agricultural produce that can be exported, that will earn us that forex that we are crying for. A lot, one man, a lot. I have involved in this business before. Produce like ginger, like dry ginger, like sesame seed, and some more like that cocoa from the west, with like cashew nut. We have this, and these are very organic. They are higher demand for Nigerian agricultural produce from international board than any other place. I am telling you, because I was involved in this thing before. We overwhelming demand.
Hold on, Thomas. Let Ajale Koko land, please. Yeah, sorry, carry on.
Overwhelming demand that we cannot even fulfill. See, look, that country is so blessed. Even that north that you see, they have a lot of agricultural produce that can be exported, that we can export. We just
I think Bulata was in that space, exporting from the north.
I was.
Let us look. Let me tell you, one man. Do you know that beans? Our beans. That beans. That beans that we don't even know the value. It's where is Zimbabwe? Is it in East Africa or as in South Africa? Right?
Southern Africa.
It's in Southern Africa. Southern Africa. And those parts, our beans are way better. Their own beans is as solid, as hard as rock. So I remember we used to export this thing to Zimbabwe. Beans to Zimbabwe. So look, there are a lot of things that we can export from food, agricultural produce that we can export. That look, if we just have security, people are ready to work and labor are cheap. Nigeria is one of the countries where you can get the cheapest of the cheapest labor. I am telling you, one man. So once you can have cheap labor, forget about the rest. The rest will be easier. So,
Ajale Koko, for the export is not the cheap labor, the bad roads to get the goods from the north down south. Except
no, that's what I'm saying. I say if they can have good road, we have electricity, we have security. But when the road was used to be good, in the 80s, when I was in the 90s, in the 80s, when I was there, it wasn't as bad as it is now. It's easy. We can call and they bring it to us the next 3 days. They just within a week, this shipment, I mean, they will bring everything from the north. It will land at the port, and we have SGS. What do they call this? This company that tests the quality
test
of.
They're still there. The companies
They're
are
still there. SGS. They will test the quality, the moisture, all this content, and once it meets the requirement of importer, they pass it and let it go, and boom, letter of credit from the importer. It's that. I mean, money is there for you. I mean, it's not. It is not hard. It is not difficult. It is not hard. But we have bad leadership that are very corrupt. It is corruption that is killing us, one man, no other thing. It's corruption that is killing us. The state of insecurity, you see, the military doesn't have equipment. It isn't that they didn't vote no money for them. They fulfill about 95% or 90 or almost 100% of their demand for funding to buy equipment. But where are the equipment? They are not available. The money has been stolen. This is what is killing us. Police, they are funded every time. Where is the money? It's been stolen. You ask other accountant general, that one will steal his own billions. Minister of Finance, it will steal his own billions. The one at the port, everything, their budgetary allocation for all these places to make things function. But Nigerians are stealing this money. That is what brought us to where we are today. Nothing but corruption. It's unfortunate, but this Lagos State government, I see that Sanwo-Olu has demonstrated leadership recently when he invited all the DPOs around Lagos, within the command of Lagos. It has never happened in the history of that country where the governor will invite all of them. And what makes it possible? Because the police commissioner of Lagos is working hand in hand with Lagos State. And they invited them, they told them, look, the security of Lagos, we are not serious. I am going to equip you with everything you need to succeed. Because let me tell you one man, Lagos, what is happening in Kaduna must not happen in Lagos. What is happening in Zamfara must not happen in Lagos. If that happens, if such should happen in Lagos, that's the end of Nigeria. Don't forget it. So, Sanwo-Olu have seen this. He knows the strategic location of Lagos when it comes to the economy of Nigeria, not only Nigeria, economy of West Africa. And Lagos is it not the third largest economy in Africa now, or seventh largest economy? That is a country within an economy. I mean, a country within a country. So Lagos State is standing up, and I hope that Lagos State will be secured. As long as Lagos State is secured, and other part of Nigeria can secure as well, it's better for the country as a whole. So Tinubu, I mean, Sanwo-Olu is working hard in that area of security. We should give that to him, and I hope we all live to enjoy this infrastructure that is of international standard. It's of international standard. Woman.
All right, well put. So Ajalekok, I want to share a screen with you and Kulata and the rest of everybody, and then from there I'll go on to Baba Akure. It is that that goods, that commodities that you were talking about, that were taken from the north, but then you say you could get it within 3 days. But Kulata was then saying that the roads are so bad that that's no longer a possibility. Do you know where they're getting that from? It's places like Cameroon. So I'll take you out. You will join this girl halfway through her story. Well, I think she's speaking to that space. So I'll watch this. Hopefully I'm on the right space. But watch this.
There's some things that will really go up. like our leaves, our vegetables, they really go up. So we use the dehydrator to dehydrate when they are in season, so that we wouldn't run out when it's dry season. So the dehydrator has really helped us. We dry our ewedu with our dehydrator. We dry beans. If you want to dry plantain, just to turn them into flour, so that they don't run out of season. They don't go bad as well. So,
what payment platforms do you use on your website to make for people to make payments?
We use Paystack.
Paystack. You know, her story is very inspiring, and I love that. You know, she's taking her business a notch further because obviously of the advantage she has with education. Okay, so your business, the way you talk about it, it seems like a big business, so to say. Do you have any employees?
Yeah,
because you can't possibly be doing all this alone.
Yeah, I do. At the moment, we have 6 employees.
6 employees.
2 online. They work only online. They don't get to come to work. There are 4, like you met here. 4 of them are here, and 2 online. So at the moment, here at our retail store, 6 employees, aside from the warehouse.
Wow, that's good. This is beyond just a business that caters to herself and her family. She's also providing employment opportunities to others to also earn a living and fend for themselves. So honestly, this is what education can do. It gives you wings to do a lot more, to achieve, and it gives you that extra advantage compared to someone who doesn't. I'm emphasizing education because she mentioned earlier that her advantage is that she's educated, and I absolutely agree with her. So as parents, I feel it's very important to encourage our children to go to school. As duty bearers, we should be able to create opportunities for
Okay. That did not quite land where I tried to, but it wasn't quite the space I wanted to listen to. But I'll put a link to it so that people can go and watch the fullness of it. It's a young entrepreneur, female entrepreneur in Lagos. She, coming off the back of a bad marriage, she found herself hawking things. But then, of course, she had an education to back it up. And then she's exporting all over the world. All these dried foods that you go to your African shops to buy, it comes from somewhere, and it comes from people like that girl. But there was a space in that video where she was taking like trailer loads of items coming from Cameroon and places like that. And these were all these like beans, soya, and all this kind of stuff that we traditionally get from the north. But then they are now sourcing it from places like Cameroon, etc. So when you and Kulata were talking about the difficulty of getting things in from the north, it reminded me of that girl, but I couldn't quite land on the space that she was describing that particular thing that I just said. But I'll post the link. But I thank Ajale Koko. Let's go on from you to Baba Akure, who hopefully has sought out the gremlins in the work. So Baba Akure, are you ready now?
Before Baba Akure, let me say something of that lady business. You see, a lot of our people are into that business now, that they export to us in America and in Europe. Like you said, you will find all this kind of product in African market all over the world. All over the world. One man, the entire Europe, do you know how big America is? Every state in America, there's no state you will not find African market. And some states that are big, like Atlanta or New York, there are many of them. Big one, I'm telling you, big multi-million-dollar African market. I've seen it in Atlanta. So what I'm telling you is that we have a lot of our people that are doing this business back home, down in the South. That sometimes you see some of this sere we are talking about, you think our people are doing sere now, and they will package it well. If you see some groundnut, some chin, everything, well packaged.
I saw kuli when I last went to African shop next. They've rebranded it and they've turned it to a jebota or something.
Yes,
even donkwa.
That are traditionally northern.
Ajale Coco. I buy bitter cola here every once in a month because I like to eat bitter cola. It's good for, they say it's good for the
digestive system, yeah.
And digestive system, sugar, method, and all that. I buy it like how like 500 yen. That's about 50 cents or 50 pence, like a half a dollar. I buy it. It's every African shop in as far as Japan. I buy it here. People import it here.
Ajale Coco, I think I may have the spot because I'm quite keen. I'll post the link anyway, but I'm quite keen because this is an inspiring story. The story of this young woman. She was hawking, but you know that off the back of this, she has a shop in London now. She wants to have 3 more, and then she says she wants to go to open at least 3 spaces in America. This is a global conglomerate.
All these things are coming from Nigeria.
Yeah, but from a girl that used to hawk is the point that I want to make. But let's say sorry, go on, land that point, and I want to see if go on.
This is what education can give to people. Some of us that are parents were doing all those kind of businesses in the past. Look at now. It's a big money. It's a big opportunity space for our people to export abroad. Once they can have the money, have access to loan facility, and they can do something. But
it's not that rosy, Ajande Koko. Like if you get a contract to supply, let's say 20 metric tons of hibiscus, for example, you go all over the north to go and source it. The bags, you have to rebag those things because you have to sift through those things because they mix those things with dirt. So you don't want your container. You don't want to go to the point where you get those things rejected at inspection. I've seen them turn back containers of Nigerian hibiscus on their way to Mexico because of quality issues. So our corruption cuts deep. We cannot even guarantee.
But that should be addressed as source now.
What you have to do, like, because you want to try and source those things cheap, so you go into the villages to try and source it from where it is. But I think it's better you go and buy it in Kano, where they've already prepared it. But by the time you get to Kano, you're not the only person buying it. You're seeing this Indian guy from California. There's this particular Indian guy from California that exports a massive ton. That guy is a millionaire. Like, exports a massive ton. So by the time you buy it in Kano, the price is already expensive. So unless you have one of the better contracts directly with maybe the pharmaceutical company that needs it, or with the grocery store chain directly that needs it, it may not be competitive for you. So the cost to even get it, the cost to get it from north to Apapa to clear all those things is just so stressful that at the end of the day, if that thing doesn't spoil on you, you have to thank God.
It depends on the margins, though. If the margins, what are the margins?
Margin may look good this week, then exchange rate will change. Then your margins will not get screwed. So the risk is not that easy. But if you can get it right, it's good.
It's something Angelica is saying. All depends on government regulating system. If government can regulate these things for us well, these things will not be on the high side.
But the export space is not even government. They're international inspection companies in Nigeria that don't care about whatever Nigeria.
Yeah, I know. If government give us good regulation system, you that is buying have like a semi warehouse to refilter and package what you are buying. You pass inspection because when government give you standard, give you the tools and amenities to back up your business. There's no way you cannot open a semi factory, employ people that will source those things you buy from Kano, process it again.
I wish I could show you pictures from the north. Like, I had some pictures.
I know what you're talking about. It's like that too in Japan. When you go buy rice in the village, one time when I just moved to Japan, I was working in a rice factory. With the British rice bring rice from the village. It's dirty, sand and everything.
You're right.
We process it from the factory I was working. They will process it.
So the Kano in Kano, they reprocess them in Kano, but then they cut down.
Yeah, but what Kulata is saying is that to correct me if I'm wrong, is to protect your margins. You have to go further into the interior to
exactly
source it, because by the time it gets to the metropolis, it's already in the hands of middlemen who will give you somewhat a guaranteed product. But then the margins of profit is that much tighter. And then by the time you export it from, I'm saying export, from Kano to Lagos, then you might even be at a loss before you even get it on the ship.
Thank you, because the
You know?
exchange rate might have changed by then. So to guarantee quality, you have to buy in Kano, but then your margin goes poof. So well, it's business. It's not. It's not supposed
But
to
the
be.
top of it is security. You cannot even move into that interior part of
Oh,
Kano
now
anymore. So that's
nobody.
the problem. That's the problem now.
If I'm
So,
doing it now, I'll only buy Kano. I think Kano is still okay, but I just won't go into all those. I mean,
so
all those villages. I
yeah.
won't do that.
So that's why I'm saying that security, electricity, good road, leave Nigeria, give Nigeria with a good leader, at least like somebody like Obasanjo. I'm not saying we're looking for saints, but at least like Obasanjo, with a sense of purpose, a Nigerian man, a person that loves Nigeria to the core, let him run for 8 years. I guarantee you Nigeria will be one of the top 10 economy in the world.
All right. Let's have a little feel of this. Hopefully, because there's a particular space I want you to hear. Hopefully, I'm there now. So let's see if we have what I want to, because this is a quite inspiring story, this lady's story.
Yeah, there is. We have a lot of online platforms that are getting to encourage market women to. If they just go, I think some of them are very smart. I know a few market women in my market here that they are very smart, and if they eventually have access to an online platform that can just give them training for like 1 or 2 weeks, they would know how to manipulate and get their way, get their way out on time. So I think there are some smart ones. In fact, they are all smart for them to be in the market, sell, change and all of that. They are all smart women, but they just need that a little bit of enlightenment about the online platform.
So you are suggesting some form of short course training, semi-formal, that will just help them access that. I think that's also a good suggestion. All right, so now back to your business. You mentioned earlier how you started and some of the things you trade in, but we want to understand your business better. What kind of food items you trade in?
I trade in all dried food items, majorly all dried food items. And then the demand for it outside the country is so high. It's so high. Like a pint of gari here in Nigeria now sells for about 8,500 naira. And if you are taking that pint of gari to, let's say, the UK now, you get it in the UK for around 15,000 naira per pint in naira. So the Nigerians are really they are really trooping out of the country, and when they get outside the country, they begin to miss their Nigerian delicacies, and so they begin to request for it. It's very expensive over there, but they still want to feel that home. Home. So the export market is so wide. I mean, so wide that even if every Nigerian becomes an exporter, we are not still going to cover up the market. That's to tell you how high demand outside the country is. We have demand. At times I get demand for limestone, I get demand for dry ginger, I get demand for that. Like, no, I can't even stress myself outside what I already know. So demand is so high. I think the government should look into it. A lot of things that we have that, they just want to have access to it there. So
by what you said, now you have a market even beyond Nigeria. Like in which countries?
I have a store in the UK.
You have a store in the UK where you export
I send my goods there. Somebody's there managing it for me. So I send my goods there, and my online customers that already know me in Nigeria, they just go there, buy and pick up.
Wow. That's amazing. So what specifically, can you mention some of the food items you sell?
Dried food items, crayfish. I import stockfish as well. My warehouse is at Udo Market. Stockfish, crayfish, egusi, ogbono, all dried. Periwinkle, dried vegetables. If you want your ugu, your ewedu, your afang, your ukazi, uba, ukwa, all these Igbo food, I sell them dried so that they can withstand them time. By the time they take off from here to wherever they're going to. So I sell all this dried palm oil, groundnut oil, everything you can think of. That's
Gary.
Gary.
I can see Gary.
Yeah, I sell everything that has to do with food.
I like that you mentioned something earlier that someone was asking for dried ginger and some other things, but you said you wouldn't want to go beyond that. So that's actually an opportunity for someone else to start a business of exporting ginger and other things that are not commonly found, abroad for Nigerians. So how did you start? How were you able to,
That's it right there, one man. One man.
Yes.
Yeah. One thing that lady mentioned, he said there's high demand. So even if all Nigerians are into that business she's doing, there's high demand for exports of those Nigerians food. So Nigeria is a place that I am telling you, if we have those things I mentioned, electricity, security, good road, leave the rest. Everything will function well, and that economy will just jump high. And we can assume the position of number 10, one of the 10th economy, one of the best 10 economy in the world. Nigeria we have the potential, we have everything. We have the population, we have the people, we have the workforce. Labor is cheap in Nigeria. Everything can be done, can be achieved. Export. We can be the best exporter of, look, we are the highest producer of cassava in the world. Do you know how many products that can be
Did they not get ethanol from cassava?
They
ethanol,
get
paracetamol content. A lot of things.
Tapioca starch, anything gluten-free is mostly cassava. I mean, you know, gluten-free, but
yeah.
we consume almost all the cassava we produce. So
and we are the highest producer of it. We are the highest
producer
producer of it.
but we're 200 million people to even power.
Yes.
Tinubu is making everybody eat cassava.
Yes, and agbado.
So just imagine if the government can create like 5 cassava companies in Nigeria that they produce, like in a year, they produce like each company produce like 20 million.
And
you know
the
work
processing company. They have one processing company in Ibadan now that was commissioned by the governor of Oyo State last week.
Yeah. So
yes.
20 million for each of the company. When you have 5 or 10, that's 15 million. Do you know your economy will revamp immediately because you are buying what you produce. You don't even you're not waiting for foreign foreign market to cushion that. You're like, that's why China economy will be difficult for a collapse, or Japan, because they consume half of what they produce, or 80% of what they produce. Toyota, 70% of Toyota is being sold in Japan. So how the economy collapse? So America cannot regulate their economy. If we consume what we produce, man, we will have a balanced and a stable economy. The rest are jarred when we are shipping out. So all these things we have to put into consideration. That's my own thought.
All right, thank you. So for time, let me go on to Babakure. So Babakure, to you, and back on stream with the talking points. So the Fulanis now demanding some form of compensation from Ekweremadu for calling them foul and leading to the death and destruction of their properties.
Just a second. Can I ask you something real quick? It's very important.
Yeah, go on.
There's a guy on this in this community that I think is in Tokyo or in Japan. Do you know who that person is?
Yes, World Peace. That's the last person that just spoke.
Oh, that was his voice, right?
Yes.
Okay. What can you link me up with him? Maybe at the end of the stuff.
Well,
if you don't mind.
So long as there's a middleman commission, because you are the second person I'm linking with him, Jafar.
One man.
Look at that now.
One man, Jafar. One man, I called Jafar twice. He was busy anyway, but he didn't call me back, so I rushed to.
All right, because I think Jafar wanted to be importing tractors from Japan.
Tractors, yeah, and that I was going to Tractor Mag. I was going to do my container, so I was like, I want to know what he wants, so I can just put him through easily. But he was busy. First time he said he was driving. Second time he'll call me back. At least I've done my best. So I did.
Well, please. Now that I know you are the person, how do I link up with you? Maybe after.
What have my number? I'll send my number to one man and give it to you.
Yeah,
okay.
No, yes, I'll pass his details on via
Instagram. You still have my number, one man, right?
Yeah, I will still. It'll be in the DM. So
yeah,
I'll pass that on. Yeah,
give it to.
Okay, thank you, bro.
All right, no problem.
Yeah.
All right. So to Baba Kure and the Fulanis versus Ekweremadu.
Yeah. Good night, everybody. So what Fulani are asking, they want compensation because Ondo State governor named them as the mastermind of our massacre, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I listened to everybody, particularly Professor Janle Koko, stating that what they are requesting for, it is very right. But in my own case, it is going to be different. In the sense that we've seen a lot in Yoruba land too. Throughout last year or year before the last, we can recall how Ogun State was ransacked so many times by Fulani herdsmen. As a matter of fact, they arrested their kingpin. And what happened? They released him. There was never a time that people in Igangan, even despite the fact they run them away from their own land, there was never a time that any government compensated them. So now for these people coming out now, because somebody make an allegation against them, then you want to make a claim from that state. I think it is not acceptable. It is not something that we should be. They are just making unnecessary noise. And Ekweremadu will not even buy that. He doesn't even care. So it is just nothing they're talking about. So that is my take on that.
But Baba Kure, is it fair to describe it as unnecessary noise? Because Ekweremadu was very quick to point accusing fingers in the directions of the Fulani, him not having any intelligence reports to suggest that it was them, and they did suffer a lot of backlash off the back of that accusation. So now that we are finding out that it is the Igbira people, surely Ekweremadu should be held accountable.
Well, if they want that, then they should go to court. They cannot just be asking Ekweremadu to just come and give them money. If somebody lie against you, that is what they call labor. Go to court. Then the court will hear the case. Then they will decide, okay, if they have to award you money or whatever. Not just asking government to just come and pay you because somebody. How many times do we hear about a lot of things that people say about somebody? But some people don't even care. How many things have they said about people said about Tinubu? Did he said, oh, they have to come and pay them? What of Obi? What of Atiku? So even ordinary citizens, we hear a lot of times when somebody just make some relevant comment about somebody, do they sue them to court? So I think to me it is something that we not hold. So it is just a nonsense statement.
All right. Still with the Fulani sort of, Miyetti Allah are inviting that none of their members should vote for Peter Obi, calling him an ethnic bigot. Leaving aside the ethnic bigot, they don't especially consider that Peter Obi will serve their purpose. So is it fair enough then to call their members to completely discount and disregard Peter Obi?
Well, this is a very nice topic, one man. To me, even if Miyetti Allah, they can say whatever they want, does that mean that some Fulani will not vote for Peter Obi? No. For saying that, does it mean that some Muslim in another part of Nigeria will not vote for Peter Obi? No. So to me, all what they are saying might reduce the number of those who really want to vote for Peter Obi, because to me, what I've seen so far and what I've monitored and followed online and with conversation with people, if this election is going to be different anyway, I think youth. I want to believe youth they are very ready to take the bull by the horn. So it doesn't really matter. Miyetti Allah can say anything they want. Likewise, Pa Adebanjo, he did mention that, okay, well, we are going to support Peter Obi. Does that mean that Yoruba will not vote for Tinubu? No. Does that mean that what he's saying is going to, everybody will use to it? No. There are some people that will still vote for Tinubu no matter what. Even the church we're talking about, Muslim ticket, does it really mean that some Christian will not vote for Tinubu? No. So this election is going to be a very special one. That is how I see it. So whatever anybody say, it is Nigerian and the youth will take action this time around. Not this old cargo. Not somebody who come from the bush and making noise and they want to take over. They believe that they are superior or they have power more than constituted authority.
All right. You know, everybody keeps saying the youth, as though the youth are one homogeneous entity. Well, by virtue of age, they are. But within that youthfulness, there's a diversity within it. So I'm not sure that necessarily all the youths are with Peter Obi, and I'm not even sure that a significant majority of them are with Peter Obi. I'll probably concede that a reasonable minority of them might be with Peter Obi, but all these people quickly go to the youth as though he covers the totality of that demography.
Well, one man, you are very right, but to me, I'm going to disagree with you. I strongly believe a lot of youth will be voting for Peter Obi. It doesn't really matter the sentiment they might bring in.
Put a percentage on it. If you are taking the youth as one entity,
I will say 75%.
Wow.
Yes, you mark my word.
Across the board, are we talking Nigerian or Southeasterners?
You write today's date down, right? Then you will see. I'm not going to say that there will be even with this strike action that students have been home for about 186 days right now. There are some students that will still vote for APC. There are some that will still vote for PDP. But majority of them, you just wait one man until 2023.
But you know, Baba Akure, I think you need to pause and reflect on what you just said, though. You know that those youths, you are counting them from Borno all the way to Lagos, not just from Lagos to Anambra.
Yes, I know what I'm talking about.
And by the way, the educated and enlightened, they are not more than maybe 15% of the youth demography.
Okay, well, that is my own opinion anyway, and I will hold that.
I think you're being a bit generous, so Baba Akure, but there it is. It's your opinion.
Like I said, I want to be fair enough. I am saying that there are some youth, even with all these things that we are seeing in Nigeria, even with ASU strike that has gone over 180 days, there are some university students that will still vote for APC, that they don't even care. But large majority of them will not vote for any of this party. Just wait until when campaign starts. That is just it.
You know, when the campaign does start, anyway, we will see. But I think when the campaign starts, a lot of opinions would shift. A lot of opinions will shift.
You see, we still believe that nothing is going to happen, and APC and PDP and this and that. There's a lot of issue that is still on ground. I'm going to give you one scenario. Now, Shetima, about 2 weeks ago, they asked him about restructuring, and he said, no, there's nothing like restructuring and stuff like that. So if people want to use that against him, what will you say? With the situation of things that we find ourselves in Nigeria. So these are the things that people will think about. This man is saying no restructuring with the situation that we find ourselves right now. So
Baba Akure, what is the position of Peter Obi on restructuring?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. We have to see, but you know, to me, I don't think he's going to say anything about that for now anyway. Because
sorry, I wanted to say today, but I forgot to ask. I wanted to ask Kulata and Igbatik. Is it right for Keyamo to be campaigning for Tinubu? To be Tinubu DG?
You mean because he's a minister?
Yes.
Under the law, he has not caused any havoc, constitutionally, because first of all, he's a party man, he's a card-carrying member of APC. So as long as he could do his work within the certain stipulated time, right, by the policy of the federal government, and after that, then he can do. First thing is he's a card-carrying member of APC, and he has not done anything. So whatever he has done under the purview of law has not, vitiated anything.
Do you agree to that?
Well, I'm not sure you are right anyway, but
Abi?
I don't think
so.
I don't think it's right. I think I don't think as a serving minister you can go out there and flat out campaign. There should be laws against it.
I think there are laws against it. When Mia Malabone was the chairman temporary of the APC, there was a lot of push then that it was unconstitutional for him to be the chief executive of a state and then have another job running concurrently. So I'm not quite sure if that is specific to elective positions, but I think it applies even
as an executive at executive capacity. You wouldn't like.
He's a minister for Nigeria, not minister for APC.
He's a minister of state. But the thing is, you can skirt the issue if he doesn't say on TV or while he's talking and say vote for Tinubu. And if all he's talking about is just talking about defending one position, defending that position, and he's not saying vote for Tinubu, then I think he's in the right. But if he goes out flat out to now start campaigning, then he's probably in the wrong.
Okay. Maybe again, let's just add to it, make it easy. Probably they have not announced. Tinubu have not announced that Kayamo is their DG campaign manager.
No,
so
they have announced. They have announced because it's under pressure in the papers today.
So that means you have to leave the office. If they appointed you as a DG APC, Tinubu can pay this thing. You have to resign one position because you're not minister to APC. You are minister to Nigeria.
What's Nigeria's law? What's Nigeria's law? Because it's a different thing being DG and it's a different thing running for office. If he's running for office, he has to resign. If he's DG, then I think he can just skirt the issue by not blatantly saying vote for one person till maybe.
I don't know the law anyway. That's why yesterday I wanted to ask, but I forgot.
Yeah, I don't know the specifics of the law, but I will think that is what obtains. But we have to go and check.
Well, from what I know, right? From what I know, and I'll give everybody the benefit of hindsight to go and check. Under the law, he has not done anything wrong. Working as a minister or serving as a minister, and at the same time discharging his duty as a presidential spokesperson, he hasn't. But you are free to check. But probably you can come back to let.
Yeah, but he's not explicitly saying vote for Tinubu. He's not. So he hasn't broken any laws.
I don't understand what you mean by
hold on. Let me bring you this. It says Kuyamo speaks on resigning as minister to focus on APC campaign spokesman job. Minister of State for Labor and Employment Festus Keyamo has declared that he won't be resigning his ministerial position because of his recent appointment as spokesperson for the All Progressives Congress presidential campaign. Keyamo argued that the two roles can be combined effectively without anyone suffering or being neglected, adding that he has not broken any law by combining the two roles. So as far as he's and he says Sano, so it is understood that the Transition Monitoring Group on Sunday through its chairman and while Ibrahim something or the other had asked him to resign his ministerial appointment, as combining it with his new role may result in a conflict of interest. But in a statement he personally signed on Sunday, Keyamo described the chap's position as a sign of jitters in the opposition camp. The minister accused the group of being a support group for the opposition party, but only pretending to be a civil society group. The statement reads, "My attention has been drawn to a statement by a certain CSO alleging a conflict of interest between my role as a campaign spokesperson and as Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Firstly, without meaning to demean them, these are people fully aligned to opposition parties, but disguising as CSOs. We know them. I cannot recall a single statement like this from these people throughout the PDP era, when PDP ministers were fully involved in presidential campaign activities. For instance, my brother, Special Duties Minister Kabiru Turaki, served as Deputy Director General North of the PDP/Jonathan Campaign Council. These characters kept mum." So it goes on and on to present a defense. It says, fourthly, so I'm just skimming through just so I don't label you through too much. It says, fourthly, campaign directors are volunteers. At least I am. We are not paid a single salary or allowance for our work. So the allegation of double privilege, whatever that means, is incorrect. Fifthly, what does the law say? Section 84 of the Electoral Act clearly states that political appointees are to resign if they are to contest for any party position or public office. No mention was made of ad hoc appointments for party activity. So strictly speaking, no law is being violated. So that is his stance, no law being violated.
I think it kind of like aligns with, I just read something, what Professor Itsesagi said. He said, I mean, it's in the US that if you want to do party activities, you have to resign. That Nigeria law is silent on that. But he's now advocating that there needs to be a law because your office will suffer if you're campaigning. So our law is silent on it. It's a gray area.
All right. So hopefully that settles that. So back to you, Baba Akure, and where you were. All right. I think we've lost Baba Akure again. So let's go.
I'm here.
All right.
I'm here. Okay. I think we are talking about Peter Obi, right?
Yes, we're talking about Peter Obi and how the Miyetti Allah were saying that their members should not vote for him.
Yeah, okay. Like I said, whatever they say, they just say to them, say, I know they might convince some people not to vote for.
I just read something.
Hold on, please now. But let Baba Akure have a bit of a flow. Sorry, enigmatic, okay. But otherwise we'll be here all day. Yeah.
So, like enigmatic said earlier, that might be what they are trying to do, but to me, based on the way I see Nigeria right now, it doesn't really matter that you are Fulani, Hausa, or Yoruba or Igbo, because we are the same problem right now, because the condition of Nigeria is affecting everybody, particularly youth. I think that some youth will not really listen to all that. They will have to vote for whoever they want to vote for. I think, to me, the era of some people dictating to some people that, oh, this is the person you have to vote for, probably based on what I've seen in the northern part of Nigeria recently, maybe that is why I'm saying this. I think that era has almost passed. That we have to focus about how to redeem Nigeria. That is my take on that. Anyway, I might be wrong, but that's my own opinion.
All right. You say to give up on hopes on redeeming Nigeria, but it looks as though Nigeria is moving forward anyway. Nigeria's first fully automated deep sea ports are set for completion. So these are certainly first in Africa, by my understanding. I may be wrong, but one of the few in the world. So now this world standard facility infrastructure now due to be set to work before the end of this year. So this surely counts as good news, Baba, correct?
Well, it's a very good news, but all these things, they are just doing it to get a vote for APC. Though it's a very good development. If you listen to Kiyamo the other day, he said from now on they will be commissioning until when they finish their term. So that is part of what they want to use to get some votes from gullible Nigerians. So, but it's not new to me. It is a very good development, but it's not new. It is just to get votes. That is my own take on that.
But it can't be to get votes now. They've been building this thing since 2019. So and it's now obviously coming to completion now. They've been building the second Niger bridge since what, about 5 years ago. It's coming to completion now.
No, they've started from Yaradua or Jonathan. So it's not this administration started the Niger bridge.
No, it was actually the groundbreaking for that project. It was done by Goodluck Jonathan in round about 2014. But the actual work of it was done under the BUHARI administration.
Well, I just hope they take their time to do what is right, so that they don't rush it to persuade people to get votes, because we see a lot of projects in Nigeria, they rush it because of election, particularly roads. So in the next, by the time two rain fall on it, it's take away all the asphalt on the road. So, but to me, I strongly believe it is just because of election, and like that of Lagos State, the railway line or red line or blue line or whatever they want to do. I hear also that they want to try to get everything done by January of next year. Why are they doing all this? Because of election. That is it.
But is that not fair enough, though? If they are building all these infrastructures and it serves their electoral fortunes to commission it for electoral purposes, then
no, it is not a good idea. They don't need to rush any project. If you do good, your good deed will of course speak for you. But
rushing is different from fast tracking now. Are they rushing it, or are they fast tracking it?
They want to rush everything to make sure that they, like I said to you, and the campaign manager for Tinubu said, okay, right now it is commissioning, because they know election is coming. Why have they not been doing that before now? Why? With all the money they be collecting from China, from World Bank. Why have they not finalize finalize it before this election?
Look, Baba Akure, all these infrastructures, they have to be built. So it's not as though they get the money and the infrastructure suddenly appears. And if they time it to advantage themselves electorally, I think that is still part of politics.
Well, it is part of it anyway. But like I said, they should have done it maybe some months back, so then they can capitalize on it. They can use to campaign that, okay, that look at what we have done. Look at last year we did this, but not few months for you to get out of the office and you want to rush everything. You want to do commission. You want to do this. You want to do that. And most of these projects, I can bet it with you, when they rush it and get it done like that because of election, few months after, the whole thing collapse again. So it is to me, it is just to get votes.
All right. Yeah. So cynical, Baba Akure.
Yeah, that is, if you say so. Because that is what our politicians like to do. They like to cut ribbons, Daddy. They like to cut ribbon. So rather than for them to they will commission borehole before they even finish this term. So many things they will commission. They will commission culvert that ordinary citizen can even do. Government will come there. They will use that to campaign. They will do borehole, they will use to campaign that, oh, well, we do this, we do that.
All right. But if I was a politician, I don't think I'll be doing things any differently. If I can time something to my own advantage, I certainly would do that because
Well,
it'd be dumb.
if I happen to be a politician, I'm not going to do that because I just do what I need to do, and then people will just if they want to vote for me, that's fine. If they don't want, that's fine.
All right. I don't think politicians think like that.
Well, that's why I cannot be a politician anyway.
All right. Let me take you to this space, Baba Akure. Northern Group demands sack of NSA to hold protest on Wednesday. So the NSA, of course, National Security Advisor Baba Gana Mongano, and what these Northern groups are querying is what purpose this guy actually serves. He has been in that position since Buhari came in effectively. But in that period, rather than improvements, the country continues to lag from one extreme to the other in terms of insecurity. So they are calling that this guy be sacked. But then why are they at this 11th hour, barely 6 months left of the administration, making this call?
Well, maybe they just, I think they just wake up anyway about what is to the reality of what is going on in the northern part of Nigeria. One man, it is very barbaric with what is happening in Nigeria, particularly the northern part of Nigeria, because we are all human beings, we are all Nigerian. As a matter of fact, today I just sat down, I was looking at the whole scenario, security scenario of Nigeria, and I said to myself, so why is this all these problems are happening mainly in the northern part of Nigeria? You know, the only thing I concluded on, some elders in northern part of Nigeria, they are all using this insurgency, this Boko Haram, and everything that is going on there to make money. Because when I look at western part of Nigeria, I now say to myself, why is it that we don't have I know that we have little security challenges, but you don't see somebody just come and ransack the whole city and take it over and they are collecting taxes. So I think maybe these people just maybe they just woke up from their slumber, and it is right thing to do, but I think they can still do something if they prioritize these people. And I was even thinking that since all this while, Nigeria should have been declared state of emergency throughout the nationwide. Then they can deal with this thing once and for all. But you know, because some people are making money from it, so they don't really care. Even most of our politicians, I can tell you that they are behind of this thing, that they are making a lot of money from this anarchy. So for them to just wake up at this time, it's still okay. They can still do something. Maybe they can put pressure on the government, and maybe they can do something about it.
All right, brilliant, Baba Akure. Baba Akure, finally to the this one, we've not had commentaries on it yet. Ekweremadu, intervene and bring case to Nigeria. OHANAEZE urges our federal government. So just yesterday, Abubakar Malami was all over the news, telling everybody that the administration does not care about Ekweremadu because he's an Igbo man. But now the Igbos now are on bended knees, saying that just bring him home and let our law take care of him. So what are you then making of this plea by the OHANAEZEs?
To start with, what Attorney General of the Federation said, it was very barbaric. It was very, very wrong. It was very, very wrong.
Why those were not his exact words, by the way. I'm sure you know, but I carry on. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if he says something related to that, or where maybe feel reluctantly of helping him, well, I don't see any reason why government should intervene in this matter. You see, this is the problem we are having in Nigeria. Everybody wants to support his tribe. When our politician does something wrong, Oh, it's Omawani Ejoshi, Omawani Ejoshi. So they want to try to cover them. It happens all over Nigeria. You're talking of Igbo, you're talking of Yoruba, you're talking of Hausa. It happens everywhere in Nigeria. But to me, I don't support that idea. Maybe because I'm not living in Nigeria and I'm not begging any government for any contract or looking at them before I can feed myself. Maybe that is why I'm talking like this. But if we continue like this, Nigeria is not going to get better. If somebody commit crime, it doesn't really matter either in Nigeria. Let them face the music. It doesn't really matter either you are Fulani, you are Hausa, you are Yoruba, you are Igbo. Let the law deal with that person. So now I'm going to put it to OHANAEZE. How many Igbo now are languishing in UK prison? How many of them, even some of them that didn't even do anything that is even 1/4 of what Ekweremadu did? What do they say about them? Do they say, oh, how can you help this person? So to me, I just think that OHANAEZE is just trying to see what maybe when they do that, maybe they will get something under the table. Let the law take its course. If UK say realize that where this man is due to be free and go to Nigeria, let it be so. Let the law take its due course. Do not try to manipulate a judgment and tell them to send him to Nigeria to come and do what?
But what they're suggesting is that because Ekweremadu is a senior person and a deputy, a former deputy Senate president, by the way, so it's not your everyday Nigerian. So it's essentially somewhat the Nigerian state being held in custody in England.
It is not Nigeria state. Did he go to UK? Did you go to UK for Nigeria business? Even if you go to UK for Nigerian business and he commits crime, let the law take its due course. Doesn't really matter. But the judge committed crime and they sent him to prison, and Yoruba came and they wear agbada, wear Ashwebi, and with gun talking drum and come and welcome him. Look at what you Sokalu. What happened to the man? This man, our number one cop in Nigeria, that US wanted for extradition. What happened to him? They still have him in. They have him in Nigeria.
Okay, so if the former Secretary of State of the United States commits a crime in Nigeria, should the American states intervene?
No.
The former Secretary of State.
If he commits crime that is a crime in Nigeria, he should stay in Nigeria. And I strongly believe anyway, US might want to manipulate it also anyway. But I think US might want to try their best too, like maybe.
Oh, of course, because he's a former Secretary of State.
But what they are going to do is that they know that it is wrong. But they want to use that, where we are big and big, and then they should respect them. But to me,
and they will want to intervene if a former Secretary of State of the United States is held in custody in Nigeria, because they will think that rightly that it affects the American state.
Well, you are very right, because they want to bull people. Not that they don't know that what they are doing is not right, but they just want to bull people. But what is wrong is wrong. Either US or UK or Canada or Switzerland or whoever. What is wrong is wrong. The man was not conducting any business for Nigeria. He went to UK for his own personal business. So there is no reason why government should send delegates and send this and send that. There is nothing wrong in giving him consular service because he's a Nigerian citizen. But for you now to try to manipulate and let's bring him to Nigeria so that he can face the music in Nigeria, we all know that when he comes to Nigeria, he's going to walk freely. Look at this policeman now. I said the other day that they are not going to let this man go. Abba Kyari. I said the other day that they are not going to let this man go to US. That what they will do is that they will make sure that they jail him in Nigeria. And didn't it come to pass? What do? They jail him in Nigeria, and the man is not going to anywhere. So these are the things that we are doing in Nigeria that doesn't even make the country progress, and that is why everybody just behaving anyhow with no consequence. So I think Nigeria shouldn't even intervene in this matter. Let the law take its due course. They, in Yoruba, they always make let him face the music, because are they being these people make they have in their senses. They believe that they are punishing us, but now the goose come home to be roasted. So they should have make a law, provide good hospital for people in Nigeria. And they have this in Nigeria, it wouldn't have ever gone through all this stress that is going through right now. Do you know how many people that are very even happy that is even in the jail in the UK? At least serve them right, because they believe that they want to punish us.
I was cheering when they jailed him, because I always cheer when a Nigerian politician is jailed. But the more we know about the case, then the more you feel that the guy is being unjustly treated.
How?
Because he wrote a letter to the High Commission in the United Kingdom to say, this is what this guy is coming to the UK to do for me. And so that was clear. And they granted the guy, he gave them the name of the person, the hospital that was going to carry out the operation, and the purpose of the guy's visit. So he gave them all of that, and off the back of that, they granted the guy visa. So if the UK knew that he broke their law, why did they give him the visa to come and do what they said he was coming to do? And then when he got to where he was intended to do it, they suddenly say that they are jailing him for organ harvesting.
Yeah, one man. Where you are very right. If indeed wrote that letter that you are mentioning, has UK Foreign Ministry confirmed that the man submitted this letter we are talking about here?
I'm not sure that the UK has the habit of doing that.
Well, they're supposed to confirm.
No. When the matter is in court, it's a matter of court. Now, they don't run their affairs in the newspaper like that.
Yeah, they're supposed to. Well, if that is the case, they're supposed to present the letter in the court. Because if they present the letter in the court, then UK is as culpable as Ekweremadu. Because they're supposed to have this thing is illegal in our own country. So to me, I don't think that letter was submitted. Because if the letter was submitted, then there is no case to answer for Ekweremadu.
Because, and by the way, the UK High Commission, they've not come out because they are very quick. They are very active within the Nigerian space. What is Katrina Liang? So she's always all over the news. So they've not come out to debunk. And they published that letter all over the space. So they've not come out to debunk it.
Well, let's wait and see anyway. So if that is the case, then UK made a big mistake because he already give them pre-information of what he wanted to do. But to me, I don't really want to believe that letter. But if that letter is indeed true, then the UK is also having a problem, because if he comes out of that place, he can as well sue them. So,
all right,
Mark, can I chime in a second with me to say something?
I was actually coming to you, but chime in, and then thank you, Baba Akure. So chime in, Enigmatic, and then you are up next. So then we go through it with you. So go on, Enigmatic. Yeah.
Okay, I'll just take you from this Ekwerimadu's place then. So Baba Akure, I don't think I believe it's quite unfair for you to just dismissively just wave what's his name, Ekweremadu, out of any chance at all, because under the law, presumption of innocence is still hovering around that man, and this means that for now is considered a defendant, and in any criminal trial, a defendant is assumed to be innocent until the case has been proven to be guilty or is proven to have been guilty of the charge. So until then, it will be very subjudice to be making any statement. But the problem I see with Ekweremadu, right, is first of all, I want to say this. He who comes to equity must come with a clean hand. Now, he who asserts to must prove that allegation very quickly. But he has a problem coming from the southeast. And I'll say this: I'm not trying to go into something too political, but there's a saying that when you spite your nose, or when you spite your nose to bite your tongue, or when you bite your tongue to spite your nose,
what's that thing saying? Cut your nose to spite your face. I can't remember.
Yes,
something like that. Yeah.
Right. This is the problem that is happening in the southeast. An average northerner, regardless of whatever one of them, especially at that level, within that capacity, no matter what they do, the first thing they will first surround and come to his support. Look at Abba Kyari until it was almost a protest, by a segment of the society in Nigeria before they were even trying to do one or two things. And even when they were they were pretending or are pretending to do something, they still, sneak something into the legal process so that will vitiate the possibility of him being extradited to the US. All these his new allegation with NDLEA, the cocaine, whatever, one man, is a sham, because they have to plant something within the criminal, within the criminal constitution of Nigeria to keep it in Nigeria that will be conflicting with the extradition act of the US.
We said that on this platform when
Okay.
that was but carry on. Yeah, you are right. Yeah.
So what they are doing now to Ekweremadu is charity begins at home. First of all, is Igbo people threw him under the bus. They didn't even know what happened. I was so reluctant to say something about that because this man said he was supporting somebody different because of political choice. He's a PDP man, a former number 3 or number 2 in the country. And then take it or leave it, like it or not, Ekweremadu in Nigeria's political space is a big voice, right? He has done his best. Now, you cannot throw all your eggs in one basket because of only one person. Look at the situation of Ekweremadu now. The Igbo leaders are now begging the federal government. And Buhari already. All Buhari wanted for you guys to do is throw that trench to him, and he will screw you all with that. I don't see any sympathy that Buhari would be. I don't see any sympathy from him or from his government. And a U.S. senator will not be in Ekwerimadu's shoe. There will be a political arrangement. There will be a political solution. A northerner will not be in Ekwerimadu's situation.
Especially of that seniority. We are talking about the former deputy Senate president.
Senate president. What are you like him or not? And this is what you guys need to protect yourself. You need to protect your own. For political reason, we will come over here because in the next 4 years now, you may be thinking, okay, Peter Obi is the light. What if Okorosha that you guys are denigrated, or Uzodinma you guys are throwing under the bus, or even this Ekweremadu is the shining light that will probably bring the presidency to Southeast? Already you have rubbished him. You have denigrated him. You have lambasted his character. You have assassinated his character in the eyes of an average Nigerian. Then in the next 4 years, when you want to repair that character assassination, it will be too late. So you all need to look inward and see how other regions play by their politics. Regardless of whatever hatred you have for singular person, do not throw all your eggs in one basket. I'll leave it at that. So number 2.
Let me take go on. Did you?
Yes, I want to speak about that Miyetti Allah and their own politics too.
Yes, so Miyetti Allah rejects Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi for reasons according to them, is an ethnic bigot.
Well, they have to find a definition to just say something. And don't forget the Miyetti Allah, they have their numbers too, and they are just a sector or a section of the northern political voices. Some other voices in the north will come in this direction, maybe in different tone. And this is what the 2022/2023 political season this is what we'll see. This is just the terrain is coming, and we're already seeing the sand bites already, right? So, and this, I think Ajane Koko or somebody said it yesterday. Obi now we have to find a way to warm himself and his campaign. I mean, himself and his campaign to the north if he actually wants to be the president. You are not going to be the president by converting, by trying to convert the already converted. Now, Miyetti Allah, they have spoken, right? The Muslim Association, they will speak. The group that is older brother is leading, they will speak. And these are not just ordinary northerners, right? They are leaders in the northern spectrum. So you cannot alienate the whole or an entire region by way of a sectional politics you want to play, and you think you want to look for their vote. When Keyamo said Peter Obi is a carpetbagger means you are trying to align with people that do not even see you, that you are not crossed. You are not crossed in any way, shape, or form. So it's like you are forcing yourself on these northerners. So how do you want to get them when these rhetorics are already springing up? 11th hour to a political contest. So he needs to do something real quick, and I don't know how he's going to do it, because once these people have a mindset, they go with it. Babakure was saying that this 2022 election will be a different election because people will not listen. Bro, I don't know where you are seeing where you are reading from, but nothing is going to change. It's just still going to be the old order, right? The old order will prevail in certain areas in Nigeria. In the north, there's nothing you want to tell them. You can, especially when they are bringing this coloration of religion. When you are bringing coloration of religion to Islam, I'm a Muslim, but I'm a liberal Muslim. The way I would think is not the way, an extremist in the north would think. They are thinking jihad in their head now. You know what jihad means in Islam? That's what they are thinking. You see pastors, some afars in Ilorin or in Ilorin or some other places. Like last week, they were already on Fridays. They are doing wasi, what they call sermon. Now about about mocking them with Bola Tinubu's ambition because he's a Muslim. That this would be a shame to all Muslims if they allow. Listen to this underline. If they allow the mockery of the Muslim tickets to win Islam. Can you see how they coined that now, one man? So, and this is the same rhetorics that will lead to that election. So he needs to do something pretty fast, and he needs to find a way. Tinubu will not speak, but if he speaks out and he says, "Call your people to order," he's not the only one doing that. At the nascent stages of this Obi campaign, we said it over here. These folks will do more damage than Obi will even expect. That we will even ever envisage. Northern people, they do not want a certain kind of politics. You have to call some people to order. And when Miyetti Allah even if, let's assume they are lying, but these people in the north, they don't think they are lying because they respect their elders. And whatever comes out from the mouth of those people, they are like the mouthpiece of a section of the Fulanis. So let's be realistic about this 2023 election. Of course, we want a better Nigeria, but all of a sudden, when you say is candidacy is for Nigeria, they will remind you that 3 months ago, where were you? 3 months ago, what were you talking about? Some people will remind you 3 months ago, are you a Nigerian or or where are you? Are you in the zoo now or you are a member of the zoo? Are you an animal now joining the animal that you people called zoo at the time? So those are the rhetorics that they will bring back to your memory. And
not Kulata, but
enigmatic.
You guys, you have not the same voice, but the same worldview. Similarly, that is I think everybody notices that. It's only because you function at a high level. But the pushback would be to say that Peter Obi is not necessary. You see, this is where people bring this ethnic bias into the narrative. Because Peter Obi, by virtue of being an Igbo man, does not automatically become a Biafran and an Ipobian. And I don't think his politics have ever really learned in that direction. But the tone of the pushback against him is to use all of the narratives of Nnamdi Kanu and all of the Biafran narrative to just isolate him to like a Biafra candidate. Is that fair?
One man, it's not fair generally, right? But look, Miyetti Allah, they are not just an ordinary entity in the northern politics. These people right there in the Miyetti Allah, do you know they have the patronage of federal government? They have so many politicians under their wings that they even sponsor to offices. So in the southeast, in the southwest, it may not really resonate, but this talking point is just a leaf they've taken, just like a sheet of paper they've torn out from the bundle that they will use against Peter Obi's presidential run in the whole of the north now. So go and write it down. Their rhetoric will be IPOB, Biafra, or within that purview. But in the southeast, just like Tinubu, they already have a shame they wear on his neck now that some people will tag him a drug baron like them, Reno Omokri. There's nothing you say now. He will address Tinubu as a drug baron, even though there are no evidence to that, right? Some will call him. Some are saying about do anything that will click and bait, that will make a sound bite. Each of these candidates we have theirs. Obi has it now as IPOB or whatever. Tinubu is the drug lord and the gangster. Atiku is the king of corruption, thief, and everything. And Obasanjo called him one of the biggest regrets of decisions he has ever made in his life. So if somebody who is supposed to be your reference point is selling you out like that, then you should already know your fate. So of course it may not be fair on Peter Obi, but the way these people are coining this matter, they even went back as 4 years ago.
Enigmatic. How does Peter Obi navigate that space? Because the very obvious pushback against him is to wrap him around the Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu space, and to say he's just like that. He's one of them. But Peter Obi, how does he push back against that? Because his core base is also that space that they're trying to narrow him to. So he cannot push too aggressively against the Biafran narrative because that will upset his base. He cannot push too aggressively against Nnamdi Kanu even because that will upset his base. But he has to push against that space, those spaces, in order for him to break through the regional moniker that they wrap around him to become a nationalistic figure. So he cannot push it too hard, but he cannot embrace it either.
Can I take that?
It's very easy. Hold on. Very, very easy for me if I would say, but it's equally very tricky for him, just like what you just mentioned. But sequel to what I was saying, it will be very easy for him if, only if, is found.
Sorry. One man, I want to go out and somebody's calling me and I'm using my phone.
Okay,
So I'll come
ahead,
back. I'll ask for a colleague. Okay, please. I want to leave the show.
All right. Thank you for joining us. Did you want to make a quick contribution before you go?
I'll leave. If I can come back for a if I ask him, it's okay. But I have to rush out now. I'll be receiving calls since. So
all
I have
right,
to go.
brilliant. All right, and by the way, I've passed your phone number on to Enigmatic. So Enigmatic is in your DM. But back to you, Enigmatic. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I will reach out, bro. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So it's very easy for him. If I were Peter, what I would do, I would leave that to the campaign, the communication and the media department of the campaign to sort it out. Then we will follow through an agreed, right, a well-structured and well-drafted talking point. But that is only possible if he has control over those social media folks. So if they are working if they are working on different wavelength, that would not be possible. If you look at Tinubu now and Atiku, they have a structure that is working for them. So they take cue from the communications department with their talking point on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. So as soon as tomorrow now you'll be seeing so many things coming up from Twitter, from different social media spaces condemning this Miyetti Allah. That wouldn't cut it for them. What I would expect him to do is deploy the services, right, of the Peter Obi campaign communications department to take care of that. They are professional, they know how to do it. If these people would not disturb that flow, unless he does that, they will blow back in their face.
I have a different take on this.
Okay. Go on. Yeah.
I don't think this problem that Peter Obi has is not something he can outsource. I don't believe he can outsource. Peter Obi needs to make a big, bold speech. A big, bold speech, a somber speech with Nigerian flag draping all over. And he needs to come out and condemn negative campaigning and also talk about how much Nigeria as a country has helped him and reference all sorts of ethnicity he's met that has helped him, that got him to frame the kind of man he is. He needs to kind of like plead fealty to the country. It's unfair on him because there's nothing in Peter Obi's part that makes him guilty by association. Basically, they're making Peter Obi guilty by association, and his association is his rabid supporters that don't know when to stop. He's suffering from his supporters. But he needs...
but is that enough though? Because
is the start. It's not enough. Because he's going to suffer this. Is a start because that gives him a clean break.
You know what Peter Obi has to do? I'm sorry to cut your flow, Kulata. But what Peter Obi has to do is to break through from being an Igbo person to a Nigerian.
Yes.
Yes. But for him to be able to break through that, he has to navigate the Biafra narrative and the Nnamdi Kanu situation.
So
how does he navigate that?
That's the thing. He cannot condemn his base because
there it is.
He cannot condemn his base, but he can condemn the action of his base without calling out his base. So he just needs to kind of like say we're rising up to the politics. We're rising up to the politics with no divisions, with no this, with no that. He needs a speech. And then kind of like give Nigeria all the praises. It will shut some people up. Will it work 100%? No. But that will be, you will now start looking at him that, okay, you're a Peter Obi supporter, but I'm sure Peter Obi doesn't stand for that. But if he's quiet is more like he's tolerating all those things. So
how would he respond to the question, should Nnamdi Kanu be released unconditionally? How would he respond to that?
He needs to respond to it based on the law that Nnamdi Kanu deserves. He should just refer it. He deserves time in court and let the court sort it out. That's what I'll say. I'll let the court.
But that's Buhari's position now. That's Buhari's position.
It doesn't matter. It's an okay position. It just depends on how he voices it. He needs to let.
They will throw him on that bus with that.
They won't. Because
OHANAEZE, they are calling for the unconditional release. And one elder statesman, Amechi, not Rotimi, of course, he was a minister under the First Republic, 90-something. He went with his walking stick all the way to Aso Rock to say to Buhari, release this boy to me. And Buhari said, I'll consider it, but then he jettisoned him. So the narrative from the Southeast is to release this guy unconditionally.
Obi cannot toe the line of the Southeast. It needs to be transcendental. It needs to be above it all. He shouldn't toe the line of OHANAEZE. OHANAEZE is a tribal group. Obi is not a tribal candidate. So he needs to rise above that.
He has a tribal base. He has a tribal base.
Yeah, but his base will keep following him. He just needs to the base will not.
If he abandons Nnamdi Kanu, his base will follow him.
The base will follow him. The base, they have nowhere to go. His base have nowhere to go. He's locked his base. That's the thing. He's locked his base. Now he doesn't need to rock the boat. He just needs to rise above politics. Now he needs to be a statesman. That's what Obi needs to do. And it's not Obi's fault. It's just guilt by association. He needs to just
but that's what they're going to use to hang him.
That is why he needs to play attack now. Rise above it all. Condemn actions, but don't call out your group in specifics. Just condemn negative politics and talk about Nigeria, your vision for Nigeria, why Nigeria has been good to you, why you would like to reciprocate the same thing to other tribes. You know that kind of Obama-like speech.
What if they ask him if the Igbos have been marginalized? How would he navigate to that?
He can say everybody in the country is marginalized. I mean, like the Nigeria. I mean, you will say the Nigerian government has marginalized everything because I mean the economy is bad. He can go into that his field. That's easy for him to talk about. But he needs a big speech, and that may help him. It's not going to stop the. I mean, it's not going to like stop the trajectory.
Does he have the delivery? Does he have the delivery for a big speech? Does he have the delivery?
That feminine voice, I don't know.
No, it's that voice now. He just, you know.
One man.
I don't know.
One man. That's why I say that. Like, I think Kulata, we are basically the same thing through. I mean, with a different prism. But I say the communication department, at least, of course, with him, they have to find a way to communicate this, even though they will be speaking to the air when the Northerners, they've taken their position. Because look, this is not just starting with Peter Obi now. It's not just a narrative of 3 months or 4 months since Buhari came into power, and that is what you are seeing with Buhari and the southeastern folks. That he has so much. He has a stoic. I don't know if it is hatred or inherent hatred for them. So they've been calling them several things, and this is just like the icing on the cake to start their own, to like have their own flesh of the pound now, whatever how they say it. But you know, they want to always compare the narratives of IPOB, Biafra, and Yoruba Nation vis-a-vis Peter Obi and Tinubu. Let me say clearly today and instructively to most of those folks who are doing that. Tinubu is not having that problem because even Igbo and Yoruba Nation people, right? Those people, they hate Tinubu to hell. They will vote against Tinubu in the Southwest. They will canvass against Tinubu in the Southwest. They will campaign against Tinubu in the Southwest because they believe Tinubu is not representing their agenda. They believe Tinubu is not in for them, unlike what Peter Obi is having. So they are having different issues. You guys should focus on how Obi will react to this, and you guys should just forget about the fixation and obsession about Tinubu. Tinubu is coasting with his own campaign. Obi is having he needs to study what is happening with the northern folks now. Because take it or leave it, I don't know if you do not regard the northern votes, but these people, they speak in one voice. And when Miyetti Allah is speaking, Peter Obi should better start finding a way to answer them in a way that maybe Dati will have to play a big role in this impasse too. And then he will have to have a clear agenda of the narrative of the statement he will communicate to those people. Even though they may not listen to him, but at least he needs to make efforts to have a bold statement, a clear cut, find a way to run away from this. You can't run away from this, but find a way to distance yourself from it.
This is why I did not like the selection of Dati, because Dati and Obi, they are alike. That is just a different ethnic group than Obi. They're virtually the same. They're virtually the same thing. Obi needed, if Obi had gotten some almost like a populist, a northern populist, Obi will not have this problem. Obi got that. That he went to, is it NMS? He went to NMS. It's like us now. It's like just a northerner. He's a butter boy. So if that he was a populist, he will have been able to communicate. And because they, at this point in time, the best they can do is try to rise above it all. Just kind of like show that we're above all this ethnic politics. We're for a new Nigeria. But you have to make a big, bold speech. And that should have been the person that was able to follow up on that bold speech. But that is not a populist. So that's why when Obi selected that year, I said, this guy is not growing his base. Like, it's just kind of like same old, same old. So,
well,
anyway.
Because that he adds nothing to the Peter Obi campaign.
Absolutely,
exactly. Absolutely nothing.
Peter Obi adds everything to Dati's career. Nobody knew that he existed as a human being, and suddenly is a top level politician within the Nigerian space just by that single act of Peter Obi appointing him. But he adds nothing. He doesn't have a following. He doesn't have a base. He doesn't have an ethnicity within Nigeria. He doesn't have anything. So he brings zero to the Peter Obi campaign. That
somebody in the ilk of Kwakwanso in the north would have done a good job.
That was where it needed to be.
Yes, but I believe none of those people within that capacity in the northern political sphere want to deal with Peter Obi, and that's why
they consider him beneath them.
That's why they just threw this guy, because this guy is just well, God will help them. That's what I can say.
It's a schoolboy. It's just like a schoolboy, isn't it? Really, that is like some schoolboy. You know?
Yeah, I just don't know how he would not, because these people they already have a story for him, like they have a user story for him. They will pin that on him, and that will resonate vibrate to the whole. It will reverberate to the whole of the north, and that will be the agenda against him. That's it.
Enigmatic. I asked Ajale Kuku one question. I said, how will the Obi distance itself from IPOB? Ajale Kuku doesn't answer that. I think you can answer that for me.
Okay. Let me just answer that briefly. I think I mentioned this briefly.
I think you already did, but go
comparing Tinubu's, because they are saying when you try to tell them about this, they don't listen to anything. The dissenting opinion, you are their hater or their Obi or hater or stuff like that. But they want to compare everything that is happening with Obi and Tinubu. No, Tinubu will not have a single vote within the Yoruba nation people. Thomas, the Yoruba nation and Tinubu's politics. Now, it's just like they are Fenifere folks and Tinubu. They don't want Tinubu. They do not like Tinubu, right? So they see him like he's not supporting them. So when they are comparing these two bodies, they are making a fatal mistake. Now, how will Obi deal with this? Kulata has come out with his own solution, which I believe that will partially work. I brought out my own, which I believe will partially work. But the onus is on Peter Obi to deploy his vice presidential, his running mate. That he will have to play a big role in this within this space. But does he have that capacity, that political will and the political reach?
He's an Ajabota now. He's
in the north
Ajabota
to reach out to certain folks, because all the big boys in the northern politics, they are either with Atiku or Tinubu. So they were even reluctant to work with this guy in the first, and that's why they just give him one of them, go and train him, give him popularity, let people know him maybe in the next 4 years or in the next 8 years or in the next 16 years. That will be one of the guys. Don't be surprised if Obi when after this election, if you see this guy in one of the federal cabinets, don't be surprised. So
you mean Dati?
You mean Dati, yeah, either in APC or PDP, because when your older brother is working against your party, and it is your older brother that recommended you to the same party. So what are you talking about? So I don't know how the best thing I think Obi can do is they have to have a uniform.
The older brother is working against his party.
Huh?
You know that? You know that for a fact?
You say what?
How do you know that Baba Ahmed is working against his old brother's party?
Baba Ahmed is making comments now. Are you not seeing comments he's been making up and
Has he
down?
made recently, ever since his brother became the vice president to Obi?
So you think Baba Ahmed we jettison?
Okay, now you say he made a statement. What statement did he make recently? Ever since his brother.
This is rational mind, right?
Yeah, this is rational mind. Yeah.
Okay, I know you want to always, and okay, he still made a statement today, and he was canvassing. I don't know if it is today or whatever. If I still have the video, if I can get the video, I like to show. I'll just send it to one man. He can play it to you, and then you can get the answer. That's what I would say. But Baba Ahmed is on a different terrain. I think he's one of the elders that was even saying stuff against Biafra, against Nnamdi Kanu, against the whole Southeast, and canvassing for anything but the North. And when they reached out to this guy in the first place, because I think he was a contact point person in the North, they wanted all along. The people in the North knew Kwakwanso will not be a running mate to a Peter Obi. I don't know why they were thinking Kwakwanso will subsume his ambition or his party to them. Today, now as I'm talking to you, you can go and check it. Let me use this word. Go and verify. Kwakwanso and Tinubu and Baba Konde, they met today. And then those folks are working behind the scene, but some people, they are rubbishing your efforts, because once you make a move, then they counter the move by making conflicting stuffs on Twitter or on the social media. So by the time you're trying to clean that up, they've created another mess for you. So I don't know how he's going to navigate this, but I don't see him coming back from this blow, because he's gonna go wider than this. But Baba Ahmed,
did he leave it too late to go and canvass that space? Because I think a lot of us have been saying that he should really, his politics is in the North. His politics is not in redemption camp or the Dynamus or something or the. His politics is in the North. And I think the Northerners are fed up of waiting for him. And this is what we're hearing from Miyetti Allah.
No. Like I said yesterday, Obi cannot win over the North. The best Obi can do is to turn out his base. If Obi's calculation is this, if all the new voters, if all of them, for one reason or the other, all of them are in for Obi, and he turns them out on election day, he has a chance. So his fight is not a fight to convert Northerners, is to prevent voter apathy in his core base. And his core base, now it needs miracles. If his core base, if he can take Southeast, take South, and then take the Christian part of North Central, I mean, of course, he's not going to win Kwara or Niger. And then by magic, let all the Christians in the Yoruba states vote for him. Then he has a shot. That's the only way. Something close to 2011 Jonathan. But if you think he's going to start converting Northerners by giving all this kind of like open change, production to conversion, consumption to production, that's not going to work. So he's playing his game, but unfortunately, the people up north are looking at him going to church after church after church. They will be pissed off. For every action, there's always an equal and opposite reaction, right? So if you see this guy, all he's doing is courting religious votes, then be prepared for a backlash from people that are sensitive to Islam. So he's playing I don't know. I don't know why we're even saying this, because I don't think we even think the numbers are there anyway. But his only hope is to turn out his base. And if he's going to turn out his base, he's also going to get some reaction from the North. That's how I see it.
One man, basically,
I still feel it. I still feel he has to go to the North, but
he's working against it. He's working against the tide, and the final nail to the coffin is this:
we cautioned it, and we cautioned them, and we said it over here on this platform. When he was negotiating with Kwakwanso, you saw the flip-flop. 2 weeks when the conversation was ongoing, Kwakwanso was the best thing that will happen after Agege bread. All of a sudden, what happened within 24 hours? They came heavily on Kwakwanso. Kwakwanso was forced. They forced Kwakwanso's hand to come to the social media to address. Kwakwanso is not the person that you will see everywhere on on TV networks and stuff making comments. He came first. He deployed that old man. That man said something about, even went as far as making some historical statement about Nigeria political space, what the Southeast did wrong. Then Kwakwanso himself came to make some comments. So, and this is speaking, further to the attitude of his base. He needs to call, because when you are in politics, when you are meeting influential people, and then by the time they look behind, they are seeing something different from your base. Because at the end of the day, you are not going to be the one that will take yourself to the presidency. It is that your base. He works in America over here. People judge Donald Trump and Republican by the base. So his base now, they are doing more damage to him than they think. You lampooned, if you do that to a Yoruba man, we would handle it differently. Outside, we know Northerners, they are not the people you will see on social media. They are very conservative, they are very liberal. They will walk and they will make a voice. And it is their voice that you are hearing now. All those backlash against Kwakwanso and all those things that they said, he did not manage that space very well. You can make negotiation with Kwakwanso if it didn't work well. Then there's a way you step out of that without ruffling feathers. But they went on, called him so many names, did a lot of nonsense on social media, and that is the essence. That is the result you are seeing. It's not. It's working against the side already. I'm sorry about that, but it's unfortunate.
Can I say something enigmatic?
Hold on. Let's hear from Joe. Let's hear from Joe.
Enigmatic.
Joe, go ahead, Joe.
My brother, how you doing?
How did, bro? How your weekend?
I decide. Okay. See, I just want to add a little thing, like to this political madness that we're experiencing. Peter Obi has done enough to, caution his followers. But like Kulata said, he's not going to condemn them, but he's going to condemn some certain actions. In an election like this, when you see the kind of movement Obi is commanding, there are bound to be problems with control. It happened everywhere, even during the Obama time, even during the Trump time, even during Buhari's time. These things happen. So it will be unfair, to throw the steps of the Miyetti Allah in this issue. I just think that he and Peter Obi should concentrate on issues. I agree that he should visit the North. That he is not pushing it the way I thought he should, especially in the North, unless he is doing some things that we are not seeing. But that he should have been that guy.
He doesn't have the clout in the North. It is the thing. He doesn't have the clout.
He should have been that guy. And I mean, we should give it to Obi. Initially he wanted Kwankwaso, and probably he thought about all this before choosing Kwankwaso. But we all saw the politics that were playing out. Nobody wanted to be his vice, so he went for what is available. Now, you see, it's always easy to point at the politicians, but as followers, we ought to have some responsibility. We are not fools anymore. I can get it when these people come out to say, oh, because this people in the North. I mean, when we say the North, I think we've discussed this issue about the North, as being one. The North is not one. So Nigeria right now, the Nigerian voters now is up for grabs, depending on where your leaning is, right? But I think that the people that will really make a difference in this election are the people that are emotionally ingrained, the people that wanted it more. And in most elections that we have seen in the past, the people that wanted it more got it. So that's where I want to leave it at. I think my time will come and I will elaborate more. I don't want to take much of your time, Enigmatic. Thank you.
Yeah. Jewel, do you have any? I don't know if you have any input in this campaign, because trust me, right? I really want this to drag on a little bit for a while. I mean, this 3-horse race electioneering process. I do not want it to be the way it is now. But now I'm communicating with you. But when you read stuff online, as I'm making it's unfair that they will just hang something on Peter Obi just like that, right? It's very unfair. But when you are saying this, if you've lived in the North, if you know the North, you can do certain things, and you can go on. You can go scot-free in certain areas. We can be different with our political ideologies and political ideas. And that yesterday we were talking about who is it bringing to be a spokesperson. We're hearing somebody from the US. If you have an input in his campaign, you guys need to tell him he needs to go organic with some certain things. First, I'm not condemning Peter Obi, right? Trying to make a statement or not. Either way or not, that is his kettle of fish. Now he needs to find a way to address that part, and he needs to find a way to address his supporters. Of course, I know you love me. You love this campaign. You want me to be the president of Nigeria. I'm not going to be the president of Igbos or the South, right? I'm going to be the president of the whole Nigeria and Nigerians. So we need the North, either you like it or not. Permutations or no permutation, they have the numbers. And when you have the numbers, when you want something, right? When you are in Rome, you behave like the Romans. When you want this guy, find a way to get into them. Now, if you are doing everything that is absolutely contrary to their philosophies or their ideologies, and it's not panning well in the social, they are not social media people, but they read, they see stuff, and they make comments, and they follow the same trajectory. They just listen. When you go to Jumat on Friday, they are listening. When they go to their emirs, they are listening. Miyetti Allah is making a statement, but we are here on the platform trying to even make our own quotas to make recommendation. But when you read what they write, they are still saying, "Oh, it's tribalist." What have I said that is being tribalistic? This is not fair on him. I don't want somebody to say Peter Obi is an IPOB or whatever. But when people who are around you are exhibiting, some certain stuff that points to that, you have to find a way to correct that. Come out straight, and of course, you need to be
They start
diplomatic.
attacking you in the comment section. They are attacking you in the comment section already.
Thomas, God will bless them with that. I'm not. That is the problem we are saying. How am I the problem now? Am I Miyetti Allah?
You sound like Miyetti Allah. You sound like.
Am I Miyetti Allah? Am I the northern? I'm just an ordinary person making a comment, right? But if they are taking that on me, well, that is on them. Let's see how it pans out. And like I say, I will keep saying what I have to say. It's unfair that Miyetti Allah is trying to drive this political scene on Peter Obi. They've already found their click and bait, and they found what they would nail him with now. So it is on him. The onus is on him now to find a way to undo that. If he needs to call his base to order, of course, when he calls them to order, sometimes they will tell him, "Bro, face your own front. We will give these people water. If that is what you want to become a president,
I don't think
let's go with it."
Hold on, Enigmatic. I don't think Peter Obi can call his base to order, because I think you see a lot. And by the way, when we say his base, we have to be to be fair to say it's a section of that base. The majority of them, they are not anything like that. But you know that sort of space, that toxic space, is always the loudest, and it consumes everything. So it's not to say that the totality, not even the majority, no, is just really, but a significant minority from his base. They are the toxic ones, but they are so loud that they consume the whole of the narrative. But he cannot control those people because they will not be controlled. We've seen them under another champion, and we saw how they are like. So that's how they are like now. They are not within Peter
One
Obi's
man,
control.
one man. Even during Buhari's time, right? It was even worse.
So Jewel, walk away from
what
that
I'm saying?
narrative.
So,
No, Jewel,
what I'm saying is this, right?
Listen, Jewel, just a second, please. We are moving forward. This is 2022, right? If you do not want, as for me, I'm not proud of anything Buhari at all. So if I'll be running a campaign, if my campaign is being compared to the past, look, you said Buhari did this or his people did this in 2014. That will not work in 2022, and you can see the result. Call those. If I believe you are influential within that campaign space with Peter Obi, tell them to erase that, because if you want to go with that narrative, it's not going to work. Leave Buhari alone. Leave 2014 campaign alone.
I am not trying to say that what they are saying is good, right? You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm only saying that, when you have such movements, right, there is always a radical angle to it. That is my point. And those radical angles are not usually employed by the candidate that they support. That is my point. Now, how he is going to... Go ahead.
Can I just address this guy real quick? Enigmatic.
Enigmatic, yes.
Yeah. So, Enigmatic, I heard all what you said. Some of the things you said, I find them too outlandish. Oh yeah. But then,
you can call him dumb if you think he's dumb.
No, Woman, you're the one saying that. I didn't say that.
Rational mind and calling everybody this guy.
He has my respect.
I don't know. Now the name is there and he's calling him this guy. I don't know.
I said Enigmatic. I called his name. I mean, I referred to him by his
Ogbeni. Yeah.
So,
okay, carry on.
So my point is that you painted gloom, kind of like a gloom to me is like you're embellishing this thing too much. You're overflogging it. Yes, we know he needs to call his people to order, but like one man rightly said too, there's hardly anything he can do because these are people he doesn't even know personally. He only sees. I mean, if you look at what is going on online, everybody has channels for him. Obi channel, this channel, this like all kinds of Obi channel, like what is this Obi behind all this these different media accounts and everything. Now you live in the US here, Enigmatic. You know what happened during the campaign of Trump, how Russians were involved, how they were from Russia or from North Korea, they were sending hate speeches online. And then they were like saying maybe these are Americans until the FBI and all that they investigated, they found out that these accounts were all situated in North Korea and in Russia. So my point is that there's hardly anything he can do because he doesn't know these people personally. Like you said, I agree with you, Enigmatic, don't get me wrong, that he needs to call them to order. But what can he do? If he talks to them, please, you guys calm down. Let's get this thing let's campaign based on what we have to do for the people, not insulting people, but there's nothing he can do. He doesn't know them personally. So my point is, you said so many things that maybe look like you're just embellishing this thing. You're just making it look, of course, you have points in what you said, but one thing you should also realize is that there's hardly anything he can do. He doesn't know these people. These people are just people who are so just passionate about his campaign or about his person, who desire to see change. And if he tells them stop and they can't stop, and one thing you also recall is that I don't believe that all these people are all for Obi. His opponents, his rivals, they have seen these, like what we see with Miyetti Allah now. I'm sure it's either Tinubu camp or Atiku's camp or one of those camps that are now instigating the Miyetti Allah against Obi, trying to discredit him. So my point is that this is election season. People will do anything to bring down their rivals. So I don't believe that all those accounts you're seeing online and are championing Obi, that these are all for Obi. I've seen that with the US election here. So one thing insurance, at least when I understand you try to be balancing how you analyze things here, but please do not go to some extreme. You're going to some extreme here, and you're making it look like you're painting a gloom for the campaign. That's all I have to say.
Okay, I take your point, bro. I'm not painting a gloom to the campaign, but at this point, I would just say, well, I wish them well. If they believe this is baseless, they should triple fold it 100%, and I'll just say good to them.
All right.
Enigmatic, this is what I want us to see. Yeah, there should be citizens' responsibility. We have gone past this level. Nobody knew who you were, Yoruba Hausa, in the past 6 months. Why is it always during election they remind us? So we are so quick to blame the politicians, the Buharis, the Tinibus, all of them. But we have forgotten to point back at us, the citizens. We know who, amongst the three, we know who we are going to allow to manage our business today. We know who is the best amongst the three. But all of us, we keep giving power to this same not. It's not about time we start reducing those power. It's not like they really have it. We are the ones giving it to them, especially from the south. So if you see something like, I listened to Femi Kuti, right? Yes, people like that, right? He says something and they misread what he said, and I understood what he was trying to say. He cannot be obedient at his age, and you have to respect him. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, but the thing there is that there are people that will not really understand what he said, and they will go for him. It's still within their own right. But Peter Obi shouldn't be the one addressing each person that was attacked, because these other guys too are attacking them. It is not like these guys were lying fallow and these guys just went to attack them. We should also look at where these other guys fell short and tell them to stop attacking these other people, because for some of them they have seen Peter Obi not to be that kind of person that attacks. So they want to be the attack dog. Like for someone like me, if you are going to come out to insult Obi, I'm going to come for you. I don't care who you are. So that's the thing. But Obi is not that kind of person. Let us look at the candidate himself. All these attack dogs are not going to be the president. At the end of the day, they're still going to be subject to whatever that comes from the presidency. So let us focus on the man. I mean, we saw the speech he made the other day. We don't even talk about the speech he made the other day. And somebody is talking about him being presidential. I think it was a woman or something. I mean, I don't understand. How else do you want him to sound? He has told you, this is what I'm going to do. Every other person is speaking to one person or the other, trying to defend defend the indefensible. But with Peter Obi, anytime he goes up to that stage, he is telling you, like the other day, he was talking about going to visit Niger State Governor and the Borno State Governor. He said it in a speech. This is where we should draw inspiration. If they're not
Joel, you said we all know who the right person
we don't
is.
all know. You're making all sorts of leaps and leaps.
We do all know. I think we do all know who the right person is. But who we consider the right person is not universal to all of us, because I know who I think the right person is, but it's almost certainly different from who you know to be the right person.
To be the right person. Okay, if you believe
we all know who the right
that
person is, but that right person is a different person depending on the individual.
But if anyone on this floor, right? I mean, it's still okay. People have their own choices. But if you believe that Tinubu and Atiku present a better chance, then vote for them. There's no problem. I mean, there's no compulsion. But what I don't want us to do is this. You see, after the 2022 election, it is going to determine many things, even for me as a person, if I'm going to continue dealing with Nigerians or not. If Nigeria had shown to be that good, that dive into that hole, it's okay. You understand what I'm saying? But what I'm promising Nigerians is that by 2023, when everything is said and done, and we do not elect the best person, and things still continue the way it is, I am going to join the operation. I'm going to go in as a pure capitalist. I am just telling you my part. I'm going to go in.
But Joel, you know the right person.
The
right person is not even in the mix now, which is Showore. Showore is the right person, but of course, it's not in the mix.
Showore has not governed a local government. So why should I consider
that's subjective. My belief said the right person to me, right, is the one that I consider not being a part of that establishment. So Showore has distinguished himself. He has demonstrated beyond reasonable doubt more than any of these folks, and that is why you see him not being welcomed within that establishment. He's the one that is not having access to TV stations. He's the one that will not go to OBJ, IBB, or all these folks. So when you are talking about the right, I keep hearing this game. I mean, this game is for Nigeria. If they actually want a game for Nigeria, all of us, including you, we should gravitate towards Showore now.
But if you want a Showore, this is my thing. I do not have a problem with Showore either, right? But like I always say, show us where he has governed before. If any way that he has
to do that, those who have governed before, if you actually want to base, your point on that. I take your point.
A company that he has even like, a big company that he has even chaired. Like Showore is like Sahara Reporter. It's like an evening newspaper.
I will not go there today with you.
That is where. No,
I want to maintain.
Put him down.
I want to maintain my relationship with you. I don't want to go into the rabbit hole of Peter Obi now, because I will dig things out and we will start again.
That's the reason why you find something to dig about him. That he's been a leader. So that is why you might make reference to, when he was in this state, he could not do this or he did this.
Don't let me go there. Don't let me go there. I'm telling you.
Joel, not everybody.
We don't fight over these people. We don't kill ourselves over these people, though. I tell you true. We just talk about
they don't even know we exist, though. They don't know we exist.
So I just tell you, say, which one go make us go figure house? Now the thing, if we go offer them to us, let's do it. Make Allah go house. I wanted to go to Nigeria. They told me, no, send the money. They don't need me. I should send the money. The money they're going to kidnap, they might kidnap me. That the money that they're going to be in more problem. So you understand the issue. So that is my own thing. If Peter Obi is going to take us out of this quagmire that we are in, let us vote him. You understand what I'm saying? That if it's not, then let us stay out of the way.
Let us vote Showore. Omoyele Showore is the only. You are speaking basically abstract, but I'm talking about what Peter Obi has had his time several times, right? Countless time. What is your point? Where is your manifesto? Is talking blah blah blah. How would you want to campaign an election? And you are saying you don't have manifesto. I don't want to go into this. I don't want to go into this.
He's going to bring it out. He's going to bring it out.
Let's have a JoJo Sunday. Let's not go there.
He's going to bring it out. Like I told you, you made a statement yesterday because you had
forget. You know what they call lamba? Do you know what they call lamba? Lamba.
Forget your lamba. Forget lamba. Forget those lamba.
You know what lamba is? That is, it's giving you guys lamba. Or you say, ooh, you can't even go and verify.
Now, which one is lamba? Because I don't know that language. Which one is lamba?
It's just this everything that they call themselves. It's the music language that they use. I mean, I don't know.
Lamba is catching cruise.
All right, catching cruise. All right, so I learned that one from Solly, catching cruise. You see, this is the thing. But round of your thoughts on that space are enigmatic, and then I want to go on to Kulata for reasons of time. I want to take Kulata to a better place, but back to you, enigmatic. But no, the right person is a different person to all of us. So we all know who the right person is.
Yes. So, well, like once again, one man you can bear me witness. I try as much as possible to to dodge that Obi stuff, and I will always do that. So I've made my call already, and I stand by that. So let me just in my final analysis today, right? I will say it again. Look, you do not have to be on the. You are not obligated to proceed to my political views or perspective. We are just opposing ideas. So my ideas may be rubbish to you, it may be valid to me. So that is the way it is. I don't have to call you names. If you call me names, that is just the projection and the reflection of who you are. I'm not going to go beyond that. But we want a better Nigeria. We live in a sane, in a sane climate. If Nigeria were to be sane climate, of course, any of these folks will not even be in the political, train of Nigeria. Where is this man from Calabar State that Nigeria has not, given one assignment since he left office? Donald Duke. Those are the folks who can do something in Nigeria. We have Okonjo-Iweala where she is. We have this other man at AFDB. Additional. We are here in the US, right? Everybody here, we are all top-notch professionals. We are doing great in our professional careers. And we have so many Nigerians that they are like our mentors that we are looking up to in several states in the US. But those people can do so many things within the Nigeria space. Would they have the opportunity to be there? No. So if you are part of the establishment, you are part of the ruling class, you are part of the problem. So I cannot listen to any glorification of ideas for that kind of a person. So like I said, we can now continue with that Lamba. Let's go with it. So, man, I say hi.
All right, and just a little something. You know that your bit of a contractor with Hizon yesterday, and you then inviting him to go and listen to Willie Obiano's speech. Do you remember that?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. So me and my team, we have gone to look at the Willie Obiano speech, and broadly, you do have a point. Maybe not wholly, but broadly, some of the things you were referencing, we found there. In fact, we found a lot there, really. But me and my ace researcher, we went to verify.
What, man? I will make my final comment on that.
Go and verify.
If you first of all, before you go and verify, that will be the last one. If you are asking me in chronological order to assess the performance and the number, the 1 to 3 or 1 to 10 of the best Anambra State performing governors, the number one, the worst, of course, would be Chinwoke Mbadinuju. That one is a waste of a human. Followed by Ngige, regardless of the turbulence he had with the Uba brothers and all the situation that number 1 and number 2, Peter Obi does not exist in the first 3 to me or first 5, and that is my opinion. So you guys can have your opinion, and that's the way it is.
Are you serious now? Enigmatic?
Yes, my brother. I'm very serious. Let me give you one instance. When you are in
please, let's not give instance. Some of us want to sleep. I beg.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, sorry. So next time, Jewel, you want to go to this level?
Enigmatic, we shall do it. Please, next time I will call you out on that one, please.
All right, next time. But let's go on to Kulata via Yemson Wike. So let Yemson Wike take us to Kulata.
When it offend them, it sweet us. When it sweet us, they never say something. As it sweet us, we go to pay them. As it pay them, we go to sweet us. As it sweet us, we go to pay them. As it pay them, we go to sweet us.
Is it possible to be more ridiculous than that? Is it possible to be more
But
ridiculous than that?
I'm not even going to lie. I never used to pay attention to Wiki before, but now I love that guy.
It's just,
I
imagine Wiki
love that guy.
versus Dino Melayo. I would like to see that.
Colata, at
uh,
one chance, one chance in Nigeria.
More like Wiki, honestly. And now they're giving you some nice suits. If you notice, he's wearing some nice suits nowadays. Nice jackets, nice suits, and his swag is on. He's on point.
Is that shopping he went to do in Turkey, isn't it? But let me take you to this space because you always are looking for good news, Kulata. Nigeria's first fully automated deep sea port set for completion. So the promise is that this thing will be fully operational well before the end of this year, which is to say within the next 6 months. So there it is right there, a game changer for Nigeria.
A game changer for Lagos. A game changer for Lagos. Lagos economy. Lagos economy is going to expand well. And I think Lagos people are serious enough about their money that hopefully they won't allow this security situation to deteriorate towards that space. So unfortunately, Lagos will keep attracting more population from other states that are not performing well, but I think they will have enough economic power to handle it, because what this means is a deep sea port, which is modern, will be able to handle more traffic. And it looks like they're actually building, or they will build some rail system that will be used to transport stuff from that Lekki side. So I think it's setting us up for expansion, because at this point, oil is now 7.8% or something of our GDP. But oil still makes up the bulk of how we get our foreign exchange. But in terms of the oil's relevance to our GDP, is very, very low. So if Nigeria can kind of like shake off this security situation, we may have a bright future ahead of us. And this could be just one of those catalysts. Because when you think about some of the things that may come, if things go according to plan, inshallah, even though I'm not a Muslim, if things go according to plan, we will have that port. We'll have another port in Badagry that's also going to be handle a lot of traffic. We'll have Dangote's refinery operating. We have Samsung industry that are rebuilding ships, massive ships, all the way to Dubai and to England. They have a massive ship where the dollars are coming into Nigeria. We hopefully, if
Samsung is building ship in Nigeria.
Yeah, Samsung has a massive shipyard.
They bought over Niger Dock.
I think it's Snake Island, isn't it? Is it on Snake Island?
Well, that would be the only shipyard we have. I mean, where they build ship is Niger Dock now.
I don't know if it's
there's a place
Dock.
called Snake Island.
That's in Niger. That's what Niger Dock is now.
But Samsung Industries has like they have
Samsung or Samsung.
Yes. Samsung, the cell phone.
Samsung from Japan.
Yeah, no, Korea, South Korea.
Oh, Korea, okay.
Yeah, so Samsung, that is operational, and I mean, if the cement stuff also gets in, I know they're bringing some transformers, even though that is just tertiary, it's just tiny. If that gets along, we will get somewhere, because everybody needs to realize that it takes a while to do a lot of all these projects that we need. A lot of all these projects that we need can be done in 4 years, because first of all, the work itself, the feasibility study, the site, to mobilize, get people to do the actual work, for the kind of investment in infrastructure, for the infrastructural deficit we need, even if you're going to build it small ones, it still takes some time. So some work, which is continuation of Jonathan's infrastructural plan that Buhari is carrying out, a few of them will pan out now. The next president will benefit most from it. But at the time all those things are happening, we will suffer. We will suffer a lot. The pain will be worse, because a lot of the shock absorbers in the economy, like subsidy and all that stuff, is inevitable. They'll take it out. So people will suffer more. But we're getting less and less dependent on oil. And that may only positively bode well for us in the future after we wrestle all this issues. But our only question mark in my mind is the security issue. Is how do we wrestle that security issue?
Well, that can only be temporal now. You cannot have this insecurity in perpetuity. So at some point, you have to resolve one way or the other.
If they continue, the momentum that they've used to start attacking those people this week, if they can continue that momentum week by week for the next 6 months, the narrative will change. Because this week alone, they've attacked them in Shiroro in Niger State. They killed one of the top ones in Kaduna. They killed the top one in Katsina. They attacked Buhari's convoy. They bombed Boko Haram. They killed a few other ones. So this week they've gone out. And unfortunately, I don't want to sound like a sectionalist, but they changed the command structure. I'm seeing names like Irabo, seeing some Yoruba guy being some of the people in charge of those operations. So I don't know what has changed, but something has changed this week. Is it just cosmetic? We don't know. I'm tired of the bad news. I want to hold on and hang on to any positive news I can hear, because the bad news just put you in depression. So if they can continue the spate of attacks against these guys, we may be heading somewhere. So it's like they give you injection. It's going to really hurt. So it looks like that is what the economy is going through. I don't know how long it will last, but we'll have a massive downturn. It may last 5 years or more. I don't know. But some structural changes are going on that may benefit us on the long run. It's just, are we going to mess it up again? I don't know. We have a pipeline that they started in 1989, the gas pipeline. Buhari is doing phase 2 of it. That will go from the south to Ogun State, and they're planning to get investors to now take it all the way to Morocco, so we can be supplying Europe.
They're really fast tracking that, because I saw a snippet of them building that pipe gas line at rapid pace just a couple of days ago.
Yes, they're building it. That's the phase 2. But we now need investors to come in, Europeans to come in, and now we take it all the way to Morocco. And there's another one going to the north. And I don't know if that one is going outside the country. But if we have that, if we have some things, Nigeria is so blessed that honestly, for us to be dead broke, it has to be a curse, because we have so many backup ways of making money. So hopefully things will improve, but on the short term, though, in the next 5 years, we're going to really, really suffer. Really suffer.
We might not necessarily suffer if Tinubu becomes president.
Tinubu becoming president will increase revenues for sure. Tinubu will increase revenue. He's done it before.
How are you going to do that?
Taxation and create some agencies.
Tax already poor people.
You will tax consumption.
What else is there to tax again? They tax your...
No, it's not necessarily taxation. I think it's going to open up the economy.
It's going to open up the economy
in the way that it's not being opened.
So another thing.
Can you elaborate on that? Open up the economy how?
Okay, for instance, this abundance of gas that we have that is being underutilized, he's always had a strategy around that. And when he was talking about building silos for food, he was actually talking about food security. So he has a stockpiling mindset. So if you are stockpiling food, you are stockpiling petroleum, you are redirecting the gas abundance that we have to power electricity. All of this will open up that space. And he's not going to use government funding. He's going to do like a PPP arrangement to fast track that space. It's going to open up the economy, because they're strangleholding the economy at the moment, and they're just narrowing it to...
But Waman, you are the one saying this, or is this what he said in his manifesto?
Is that not what he has been saying? Did you not hear him say he was going to build silos for food security?
I heard about silos.
But is that not stockpiling?
So Tinubu has been saying he's also going to bring in like...
Waman, listen, guys. You see, this guys, this is what we heard in 2015 with this guy that is currently there.
Rational mind. The difference between 2015 and Tinubu is you can go and check what he did in Lagos. This is not Buhari.
That is what we will all say here. That this is not Buhari. Buhari is different.
Yeah, but is it Buhari? It's not Buhari now.
You can check what he did in Lagos.
And he has verifiable records.
Well, you see, we'll come back here. I'm sure in 8 years' time, if you're still.
I hope not. I hope not.
We hope, but he had.
We're going to see what's going to happen because
he can get there. He can get there and mess up. Nobody here is you. Nobody here is.
Kolata, let me tell you something. Rational mind is Yoruba nation. Anything about Tinubu, he doesn't want to hear it, even if it is positive.
That's fine. It's okay.
That is it.
I wish him good.
There's not. You can't convince him.
But Kulata, let's stop making Lagos. Let's stop making Lagos like Lagos is the former capital for crying out loud.
But Nigeria,
there are excessive.
But Nigeria is a full state. Nigeria is a full state.
There is excessive. You will also agree with me that Lagos also enjoys the patronage of the federal government.
Okay,
let's be careful when we say what Tinubu did. If you talk about taxes, we know that he increased taxes. Let us be objective about what he did.
Yeah,
and just let it out.
Let's get into all those spaces, right? I mean, let's get into all those spaces. Apart from taxes, it created a lot of revenue generating agencies, La SACPA, whatever. I mean, Lagos people will be more familiar with this, that were generating revenue. Then is lucky with the timing of the PIA. The PIA that Buhari signed has allowed NNPC to renegotiate a lot of like oil blocks with IOCs. So they just did that, I think, yesterday. So they're like 5 oil blocks now that are going to attract investments, which will generate like $10 billion. So, and all of them are deep offshore. They're not the ones onshore that will create trouble. So there's some timing issues, there's some things. And if you talk about someone that can bring in investors, Atiku and Tinubu can easily bring in investors. Even Peter Obi will be able to bring investors. So it's not anything unique to them. Some of it is just based on timing on some of the things that has happened under Buhari, but Buhari is not going to see the reward. So precedence is there.
You make it sound like it's going to turn things around.
It's not easy. I said the next 5 years is going to be tough. Didn't you listen to what I said?
Oh, no, I didn't listen because what you said.
I said the next 5 years of Nigeria is going to be tough because you have to remove.
You made it sound, but you made it sound like Tinubu. And
you are not listening. You are biased and you're listening. No, I said it clearly. You are. I'm telling you, national mind. You are.
Don't do this. Don't do this, Kulata. You're bigger. You are more than this.
Yeah, but I said it clearly.
See, one thing about me, I listen attentively.
Maybe I do this with prejudice.
No, prejudice one man.
I said it clearly that in the short term, it's gonna hurt.
This guy has 8 years. When 5 years out of his 8 years.
We don't know if he has 8 years. He's not even in there, sir. We don't know if he has 8 years.
Let's assume hypothetically, if he gets there, he has 2 terms. What is he going to do?
So look at Nigerian presidency is very simple. You take it like a project plan. Like in 4 years, what is my scope? And then what is going to be my milestones and my deliverables? These guys know
this in the way you know it. We come here, we analyze this thing like.
What are you saying?
They have brighter brains than Kulata. These are Oxford.
What are you saying now? Do you know how many people that work for him that are exposed?
Does this guy Bubu that is there and is economic chairman, the professor of law? Do they not have bright minds?
Yes, but it depends on how receptive you are to you know that all brilliant ideas are presented to Buhari, but he cannot think outside
Buhari
doesn't
even look at religion. He doesn't even look at those.
And he doesn't even understand it.
So Tinubu is going to understand it.
No, he won't understand it.
Come on now, look. I know you don't like this guy.
What are you talking about?
This was you know what he did, the turnaround he did at Mobile, and this is a Deloitte alumni. Come on now, let's
one man. Hold on, hold on. Tinubu graduated with equivalent of a first class. Equivalent of a first class.
You can hate the guy, but
this is Tinubu of the past you're talking about, not Tinubu of the present.
That is, we don't know. That's the X factor. Nobody knows. But if you base it on his presidents, he's capable, but we don't know. And all that I'm talking about is not just Tinubu that's able to do
we do know because we don't know anything to the contrary. So I mean, is it because he's making some? What are you saying?
What I'm saying is,
which one is Tinubu of the past and Tinubu of the present?
Thank you very much for asking me that question. Is it not the same one? Is it not the same way we were thinking in 2015? So, oh, this guy of his past, oh, this is what he did when he was there in 1984.
Yeah, you can only go by people's antecedents.
You cannot go by
Yeah.
president.
Then
What is done?
But we saw the handwriting on the wall. We saw it with his help then when he was campaigning. But we failed to pay heed to this.
So okay, wait.
Buhari's antecedent. Hold on. Buhari's antecedent is what is actually how it's actually governed, because Buhari has always been a very narrow-minded, religious and tribal bigot, he's always been an extremist. He always has been.
And he destroyed the economy in the past.
And he has, when we used to trade by oil for goods with Brazil and all of that.
People were not looking at that.
Yeah, but that was his antecedent. But Tinubu's antecedent is an achievement.
One man, contextually, if we look at it, 2015, we knew what Nigeria was in terms of insecurity, the economy, and everything. And people were looking at him back then, 2019 to 84, when he got there, when he got this guy. John Nisru Nkolata, we're looking at him that this guy brought discipline to the system. We know, even though it was more like dictatorial and everything, we said this is what Nigerians need at this point. But we saw when he was campaigning that this guy doesn't look healthy. He's not just himself. And then we failed to pay attention to that. We failed to pay heed to that. And then he got in there. He had two terms. And look at how he messed up the place.
Hold on, rational mind.
Let me finish up this one.
No, but it is not Buhari's ill health that destroys the country. It is his mindset.
Rational mind.
So one man. This is a guy who spent almost like 6 years of his tenure shuffling between the United Kingdom and Nigeria. What
destroyed Nigeria was the poor appointments, the poor decision making. Yeah, but that's not to do with his physical health. That's to do with his mindset.
When the head is suffering, which is the whole
mind.
No, it's always been like this, though. Is the point?
2 points for you. When Buhari, rational mind, calm down. What you going now? Calm down. When Buhari was a young, healthy man, full correct health, it destroyed the economy. The reason we brought in
and brutalized the country.
You can go and check. Ajanibuko argued with me before. You can go and check.
No, I know. I lived through those times and I know what he did.
I lived through those times too. I'm old enough.
So I don't know what you're talking about then.
I'm telling you, I'm old enough. I lived through those times too. It destroyed the economy. Now, number two, the reason we brought him in 2015 was because all of us thought he's going to come and fix corruption. And once you fix corruption, Nigeria will be fixed. Without knowing, number one, it wasn't going to fix corruption. And number two, corruption alone will not have fixed Nigeria. And that is where, Oshiban just be where we are. So Buhari, we made a mistake because we prescribed the wrong dose for the wrong problem. So Tinubu's own, it may not be healthy, it may not be this, but if you're going to judge him by his resume, you cannot touch the guy's resume. Someone brought 600 million, turned it to 8 billion in a space of 8 years, 1,233% increase in revenue generation. That is the man I want to increase our revenue. Can he do it now? I pray he can. But is it the only one that can do it? Maybe, probably not. Maybe there are other people that can do it. That SDP candidate can do it and also. But I'm just saying in the next few years, we're going to go through tough times, but there's some like opportunities down that if it's taken advantage of, we will get out of this mess. Now,
and Kulata, Tinubu's strength is real key strength is in making the right appointments. So
yes.
And Buhari's biggest failing is making the wrong appointments. And what has led us to where we are? Look how long it took him
nepotism.
to sack Burutai when people were just dying, and everybody was saying this guy is not up to the job, and you kept him there for a good 6 years. So it's just bad decisions and nepotism. But Tinubu is the direct opposite. Tinubu makes decisions like Obasanjo used to make decisions. The best man for the job.
When I heard
Igbo Hausa, irrespective, we saw it in Lagos State.
When I
this
read
cabinet was Lagos, Igbo Hausa, Fulani,
the
whatever.
problem, what you just said, I agree with you that yes, the nepotism and everything brought in also has its role to play. But my point is the cognitive state of those people also has a big.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you one question about the cognitive stuff.
Hold on. When you have a president, a head of a government, cognitively is not doing very well. It's easy to manipulate. It's easy to push here and there. They give him any facts and figure or whatever they tell him, or whoever is in his inner circle. It could be his chief of staff, it could be whoever, the inner cabals that are there with him. What do you expect? So we want the president that has a bright mind, that has all his mental faculty together to himself. He doesn't need to be pushed around. They don't need to spin things around him. He can see through whatever shenanigans people are presenting before him. That is the point I'm trying to make here.
Okay, rational mind.
Of what I'm trying to say.
Rational mind.
At this point that he is.
Rational mind. What has happened to Tinubu in the last 2 months that he fought the cabal and got this ticket? As he showed, no, let me ask you a question now. As his achievement, what he achieved, was his cognitive issues, did it impair his achievement? Did he get in his way to do what he did to get the APC ticket?
Come on, Kulata, what are you talking about?
And just answer the question.
You know how he got it, no? I mean, we knew how he got it. You know, the billions of naira he spent?
Just like that.
It did not. Listen. If we were to put every one of them, especially the three of them, the three major contenders that are there, Amechi and Osibajo would defeat the three of them. He can.
No, that's not my question. That's not my question.
Articulate what he wants to do.
No. That's not my question. My question is, did Tinubu's alleged handicap get in his way of getting his objective?
I just answer your question. Well, I don't know if you understand what I said. What I said is this: that he paid his way in.
No, they are not answering this question now. Tinubu set out to become the APC flag bearer, and he then succeeded in becoming the APC flag bearer. So this impairment that you say concerns you, did he impede him from what he set out to do and to achieve it?
One man. There's no big deal.
It's a true or false question.
It's a yes or no.
There's no big deal about what we're talking about here. What I mean, big deal here.
There's no big deal.
There's no big deal.
Because the big deal,
when the whole party was, when the president was against him, the vice president was against him, big money was against him, money equal to his was against him, and he won through.
He won through, yes, I agree. But the thing is,
he's mentally
impaired. Huge price.
I told you, rational mind has made has made up his mind.
Kulata.
Primary presented one. Presented with a argument.
Nothing he presented makes any sense to me in the sense that what I'm trying to say is that
that's why he says you listen with prejudice. Eh?
No.
One man.
The fact that he got a ticket he paid a lot of money to get that ticket. He paid.
Joe.
We're hearing that what's his name? Amechi and the rest of them were giving like, is it $20,000 per delegate? He had bidded them. He was giving like $35,000 or $1,000 they gave to each delegate. So what are we talking about here?
Rational man, what was his goal? What was his goal? What was his goal?
We know his goal. He wants to clinch the ticket. But the thing is, clinching that ticket doesn't mean that he's fit for that office.
Did he achieve his goal?
I mean, Kulata, don't tell me if he achieved it. Yes, he achieved it. Yeah, he did. But the point is
what do you think a politician does?
Is he the right person for that office?
That's questionable now. It's up to different
It's questionable,
people.
right? Okay. Yeah, there we go.
No, it's not questionable. It's subjective.
It's subjective. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
it's subjective. Yeah, that's the correct word.
The way we subjected Bubu in 2015, right? Where they spin around and tell us propaganda.
Forget about Bubu. Let's face the future.
All right.
So look,
round off your thoughts on that space.
Look, if we take the opportunities coming, there's light at the end of the tunnel. But are we going to go through challenges? Yes, we are. Massive challenges. But if we're serious, we'll get out of the challenges and we'll get out less dependent on oil.
All right, brilliant, Kulata. So, brilliant, Kulata. So, gentlemen, apologies to the people I've not gotten to, but we're 5 hours in, and I'm somewhat beat. You know, I cannot even wait to come off it. So, I'll start to take closing remarks. In the absence of Ajanle Koko to land on Kulata, we will kick it off with Solomon, who I suspect may have already gone to bed. He says that baby is not there, but we all know that baby is there. So, Solomon, that baby is still not there, is she? You see, all these young rascals. So good night to you, Solomon. So from Solomon, let's go on to Thomas. Thomas, apologies I didn't get to you, but you know, it goes like that sometimes.
No, that's fine. I'm enjoying the conversation. If our professor Ajale Koko, Professor Enigmatic, Professor Rational Mind, all of them professors, if they are spoken, that is very fine. One man. I don't want to delay you. Maybe next session I will have my time. I will say vote your candidate. Thank you, one man. May God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So from Thomas, let's go on to Rational Mind.
One man. Sorry, I wanted to make, but Solomon is not here. Oh, that's all right. I'm sorry, I just want to make this correction. Maybe because of this country I am. And when we are addressing Solomon the other time, I call him boy. But I don't think maybe he find it offensive. But in Australia, even if you are 100, we call ourselves boy here. So maybe it's that mentality. That's what I said, boy. So don't be offended, Solomon. It's not offended, but just to make that correction. Even if you are 90 here, if you are 90 here, we call ourselves boy, girl.
All right.
Thank you, Mama.
All right, thank you. I suspect Solomon probably didn't even notice that. Now you've highlighted it, he'll probably now listen back and be offended. So there it is, Rational Mind to you.
Yeah. I mean, thank you, one man. I know you need to go. Real quick, for me, like I said yesterday, Obi needs to work on his campaign. In fact, I don't even know where he stands right now. The other people, they've named their spokespersons for their campaign. I don't even know what he's doing really. Maybe I'm not really. I've not been really paying attention to his campaign much. But it's like he's just here and there, and that's why we can see people accusing him of his supporters who are also attacking people. Well, for me, like I said yesterday, he needs to bring in my suggestion was just bring in 3 people who are basically from North, South, and East, and let them be able to speak to the people of these different regions. Address these people. The Miyetti Allah issue, I think, is just politically motivated, but I think he can do something, maybe appeal to them, visit them, go to wherever their office is, and talk to their national leader, whatever. Let him start acting as a leader. I've not made up my mind yet to say, well, he's my man, but I just see him to be the best among the 3 evil that we have there. So that's it. So thank you, one man, and hopefully I'll be here to join you guys in the next section.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Rational Mind. So thank you, Rational Mind. So from Rational Mind to Joel. So Joel, the same apologies. I didn't really get around to you, but then sometimes it does go like that. Joel of Nashville.
It's okay, one man, and thank you, everyone. I'm just going to talk just make it brief. Peter Obi is doing his best, considering where he is coming from, and how far he's been in the Labour Party. It's going to take time to liaise with everybody, but I think at the right time, he will start doing now those things that we have been asking him of. And the reason why these things are going on is that, you see, when you come into a new organization, you don't want to make it about you. You want, everyone to have a feel like you're not the one calling all the shots. So as for the Miyetti Allah people, they made their point. For some people like the Miyetti Allah, they have their interests. Peter Obi will be able to speak to them. If he doesn't want to speak to them, he will speak to that space. And for the Miyetti Allah, we all know that we always wanted to keep that open grazing going. I think whatever decision he's going to make with them, I don't want him to sell the conscience of Nigeria in order to get votes. Whatever decision he's making with them, he should make it known to them that we are going back to ranching. It is not disputable. I wish you guys listen to one dude that was talking about when they were talking about fertilizers in Kaduna, and they were talking about how much they spent on fertilizer. And when they went back to the farmers to ask them what their priorities were, they said that fertilizer was about the 13th of their problem. They asked them what is their first problem. They said it is a
Are you there, Joel?
product. So the thing there is that whatever thing we're going to do with the Miyetti Allah, we have to be resolute. It is not about politics. So we cannot just go, we cannot have leaders that will go and sell us or sell whatever things we believe in order to get votes. That desperation is what I do not like. And we do not see that desperation in Peter Obi. That's the reason why I'm employing every one of us. Among the three candidates that we have, Peter Obi is the best. And let's do everything possible to vote Peter Obi. The people, the youth are doing their best. Nigerians are doing their best. For us out here, I believe that we all have our candidates, but at least let us be reasonable with those candidates. Where we come from, our religion, yeah, it might matter a little bit, but it is not the main issue. Our issue right now is that we need good governance. And Peter Obi is here to give us that thing that we so desire. Thank you, everyone. One man, we can do it tomorrow. Thank you. Bye.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So that's Joel of Nashville. You don't need me to tell you. You all know and love him just like we all do. So Joel of Nashville. And just I've been forgetting to ask, if you haven't clicked on the like button, then please do that. But then if you're not inclined to do it, then just don't do it, So it's just at your discretion, but I click on it. It does help with the algorithm. So as you're doing that, then you listen to the closing remarks then of the legal eagle, enigmatic Hondi. Enigmatic, final words.
Well, I appreciate the panel.
What are you eating? What is this suya again? You're eating suya. Look at this guy. You're always eating suya.
No, I'm just drinking some tea right here, trying to study tonight. So yeah. So I appreciate everyone, and then let's understand the fact that we are all, yearning for a new Nigeria. We want the fortunes of Nigeria to turn around for the better. And then what we need to do is ensure politics of bitterness, and then try to understand the fact that we are all still Nigerians, as we all want to claim. So political ideologies, political understanding of which of the aisles that we belong politically shouldn't be a reason for us to haul abuses or subliminal tirades to each other. We should understand the fact that this is a platform. I always say it. This is a platform that has that is characterized by people of high honors and people of high intellectually mobile folks. So we shouldn't reduce it to to an abysmal level of a rudimentary or just pedestrian conversation. I thank everybody for coming over here. Nigeria will be great. Nothing will happen to Nigeria. Nigeria will not break in our time. And then may God Almighty bless everybody, and we shall have a very good week ahead. Thank you.
All right, enigmatic. Before you go, is this from Fortnite or what's this? Your avatar here. It looks like those computer games. Is that what it is?
No, those are just my my little boy, my son. That's what he makes. Those are just his stuff.
All right, brilliant.
Good, just toys, yeah.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, enigmatic. So in the absence of the mighty man, a man of equal might, the elegant Kulata with the data.
I cannot feel Ajanle Kuku's shoes, so I will just try and make it brief. So everyone, like, share, and subscribe, and please come here. I like this platform because there's no, I mean, everybody has an opinion, and we can give our opinion and be respectful at the same time. So I know I'm coming up as optimistic, aggressively optimistic. It's just because listening to bad news every day is just way too depressing, that you're looking for any sort of opportunity that gives hope. So when there's life, there's hope. I would like to hang on to those hope. And I believe, regardless of any of the three candidates, top three candidates that are coming, they will be better than Buhari. They will be surely better than Buhari. Atiku, Tinubu will be, they're light years better than Buhari. So I think we've kind of like we're going to get through the roughest spot the country will ever face. 1983, 84, and now both were, I mean, coincidentally, both were Buhari's period. I do not like how Miyetti Allah stereotyped Obi. It's pure guilt by association. Obi, nothing in his disposition, nothing in his approach has shown like he's an IPOB guy. It's unfortunate that Obi's followers are rabid liars and, I mean, ill-behaved kids. It's not his fault. He still needs their support anyway. So I believe Obi needs to step above the fray, address the nation, make it like a big, bold speech, and just kind of like calm his supporters' nerves. He doesn't need to address them directly. Just kind of like talk on the issues, keep hammering on the issues. His success will be a success for Nigeria. Some of us just don't think he's going to be president, but it's fine. He will push Nigeria. It will push our narrative towards a positive direction. Our elections will never ever become the same. We will be at least very successful. It becomes a close third. So I'd like to everybody, I mean, keep praying for the country. That's our only home. Nobody wants to die abroad. We all want to go home eventually. So pray for Nigeria and come to one man's show to let's hammer out these issues. Let's discuss these issues like mature adults. Thanks, one man.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So that's brilliant. Well put. It says he cannot step into Ajanle Koko's shoes, but certainly he wears his own boots. So that's Kulata, of course, the man with the statistics. So that's Kulata. Kulata rounds it off, and that somewhat ends the session. So like, share, and subscribe. I think we're obliged to always encourage that. And I don't want to sound jaded somewhat, but I do say these things, but I don't see it reflecting in the figures. That's why I'm somewhat a bit, I don't know, whimsical with it. But do like, share, and subscribe. If you copy the URL of the platform and paste it in your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook groups, etc., so then your friends and frenemies, they can see what goes on here and then make of it what they will. So they can come in then and participate to agree or disagree how you agree or disagree. So the platform was brought to your attention. So you bring it to other people's attention by sharing the link to the platform. So you can do that really when the session starts or even after the session has ended. So it's still the same thing. So like, share, and subscribe is that long-winded message. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section. But here I say peace.